Hey, welcome to another episode of JSB on the Street on NoireTV, and now I got the celebrant girl.
Know the vibe!
You know the vibe. Okay, look at them. They're already on fire. But look, we're gonna do this with, right? We're gonna start it easy and go hard. You dig, huh? Alright, so look, I'm gonna start with you because you got all that blink on and everything look all shiny and blinking. What's your name and where you from?
My name is Kelechi, but you can call me Casey.
Okay, Kelechi, aka KC. What's going on tonight? And tell us why you're looking all gorgeous.
We out here to celebrate my man, DJ Vibes. He's turning 35. You see how that rhymes? Because I'm a rapper.
Okay, we're bringing out the best in her though. And who is this cute lady standing next to you? How are you? What's your name?
My name is Nai.
Where you from?
I'm from New York, but I've been living in the DMV for like 5 years.
So you're the DMV-er then?
DMV with it.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. What is it about Vibes that you like so much and then you come out to celebrate his birthday with him today?
Vibes is just so real. He keeps it 100, and he's a good time. He's a great DJ, has a lot of talent. So we here supporting Vibes. He's turning 35. We turning up. My head, stop my
I love this. Alright, so look, quick one, right? If you have any advice for Vibes tonight, what would it be?
Any advice for Vibes is to have a good time. He's always working hard all day, every day. I just want him to have a great time and enjoy his birthday because we all here for him, so he need to have fun.
So you say you're a rapper. What's your rap name?
Casey Spice, everything's not nice, alright?
I love it.
Okay, now. Also, on the count of 3, I want you guys to stay with me. I want y'all to stay with me. Keep watching JSB on the Streets on NoireTV. Are you ready?
Ready.
Show. 2, 3.
Keep watching JSB on the street, NoireTV!
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, how you doing? They call me JSB, right entertainer in the DMV. Beautiful ladies in my corner right now, and I feel blessed. But look, I ain't gonna say too much. I'm gonna let them do all the talking, I do most of the listening. Alright, so I'm gonna start with the lady on the right, and I'm gonna go around that way. But nevertheless, this is NoireTV, and they call me JSB. You dig it, I dig it. Hey, how you doing, sweetie?
Hey, I'm good. And yourself?
I'm alright, what's your name?
Nick Styles. I go by the name of Nick Styles.
Ooh, Nick Styles.
Yeah.
I like that. What's your name?
My name is Kimmy A.
Kimmy A. Hello. How about you?
And I'm Asha Kadira.
Well, guess what? This ladies right here have something that I would like you all to get to know about. But like I said, I ain't gonna be doing what talking, I'm gonna be doing it while I listen. So, tell me, are you guys a group or something?
No, we actually came out to do a video shoot for Kimmy A. The song is entitled Black Cup. This is her EP. We're all individual female artists.
Hello.
Yep, so Asha's from Jersey. Kimmy A and myself are from Baltimore, Maryland.
Whoa.
Yeah, so we all representing for the ladies and the support our good friend Kimmy A. Make sure y'all get Black Cup. Streaming on all platforms right now.
So let me get something straight. Kimmy A is the artist, and you guys are major supporters. Yes, okay, just get that back. So Kimmy A, how you feel being out here tonight? All your friends and all your artists hanging out with you to make sure there's a success. How you feel?
I feel absolutely amazing. Like, I'm so excited about my EP. It's called Back to Self. And our song is called Black Cup, like Styles mentioned. The song is a banger. Every club needs to be banging this song. Like Nick said, we're all individual artists. We're out here grinding. We're out here doing our thing. We're trying to get as much exposure as we can because we're dope as hell. You know what I'm saying? We just need somebody to turn on our music. What's up?
I like that. So tell me, what do you think about Kimmy A's music?
I love Kimmy A's music. Like she said, it's a rock. It's a rock. I feel like everyone should be bumping her out with her EP. Like the song.
Alright, so I'm gonna start with you. Where can your fans find you?
You can find me on all streaming platforms. All streaming platforms. Make sure you Nick Styles, N-I can find me on IG, Snapchat, Twitter, Facebook, any social media that you can think of, even Pinterest. I'm on all social media platforms. NIKSTYLZ. Also, I have a brother by the name of Mully Man. We just dropped a double album called Godspeed, and the name of that group is Mike Roses.
Okay.
So it's Microphone Brother and Sister.
Alright, so Kimmy, where can they find you on both social media and every streaming platform right now?
Yes, I'm on all your major music platforms right now. Whatever you have, iTunes, everything. Yeah. Everything. I'm on social media, on everything: Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat. Kimmy A Works. That's KIMIA Works. Get with me.
I like that. She works, so you better get with the program. How about you? Where can we find you on social media? And what platform? What streaming platform can we find you?
You can find me on absolutely everything at Asha Kadira, ASHAQDIRA. I have a project coming out very soon.
Alright, so I need you guys to do me a favor. I want you all to say this on the count of 3. Keep watching JSB on the streets on NoireTV. Can you do that?
Are you sure?
Are you sure?
Say it one more time. Say it one more time.
Keep watching JSB on the streets on NoireTV. Can you handle it?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Can you dig it?
Yeah.
Alright, 1, 2, 3.
Keep watching JSB on the streets on NoireTV.
Y'all did it. Y'all did it.
Shawty do this shit, but she super thick. Like she ain't silly like a kid. Give her candy stick, she a bit. Let her give a break, let her sing a chick. Sister G, I'm just like
I put up peaceful shit.
I met her coming soon, say I let her girl my crew. I know she not a goofy, so I let her in my crew. I stuck her in my window wall, stuck her in my pocket.
Susie is a money maker.
But that bitch a light. Susie rolling, don't make problem, but that girl a fight. Her cousin border says she has some quiet. 10% my car, shawty.
I might be in your kitchen, nigga, cooking with your mama. I think I love it. Nigga, you don't love me. Nigga, you don't love me. Nigga, you don't love me.
I think I love it.
Nigga, you don't love me. Nigga, you don't love me. Nigga, you don't love me.
Sexy little bitch, sexy little hoe. I love the way you walk, love the way you talk. Now you out there fucking, ain't no fuck, bitch, fuck your folks.
I told that girl.
I'm trying to give them.
Fuck nigga, I don't wanna hear. They talking a bag, I cover my ears. I hop in the lane, I push it in gears. My bitches just ballin', make these niggas shit. I don't know how to get to the crush face. Fall from the fence to the shot of all.
Fuck my money up. Damn, now I can't read up. Right up in his spot. Just to get my stacks up. Now I'm back on.
I call on the clock, check and repeat, and do your job. And give me in, don't have to ask, don't have to think. Juicy is my name, sex is my game. Let's all go, let's run a drink. Squeeze on my lips, lick on my butt, and let your curly hair, please don't touch. Arch your back, put your hands on your knees,
Ladies, here we go. Come on.
I'ma do this money like a free throw. You just keep on dancing like a free throw. Arch your back, put your hands on your knees, bounce that ass till I never fucking leave, bounce that ass, 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 bounce that ass. Everybody get on the dance floor. Check it all night. Wow. Check it up, check it up, check it up.
That's round 2. Let's bring these bottles out, baby.
Shake it out, shake it out, shake it out, shake it out, shake it out.
You kick your
Bitched up, dirty ass ass, baby girl, you need to back up.
Come on.
It's the Miami and I can't on my stack up. Tired ass hoes on my page tryna track up. Brand new chain, city girls going platinum.
Sometimes I be lurking. You might feel like me, not like it. You know I dealt with you the nicest. Nobody touched me in a race. Nobody text me in a crisis. I believed all of your dreams are duration. You took my heart, all my keys, and my passion. You took my heart, all my sleep, but decoration. You was sticking with us.
Ladies, tell me.
I said I don't wanna play. Yeah. pay me. Met all these niggas, they sweeter than city. When I started out, I just took what they gave me. Did all the favors, they never repay me. It worked in my favor, cause nobody said me. Please, soon as I let you go, please.
Got M's in the back like yes indeed.
Crown your glasses, I won't even leave with you. Yellow Ferrari like Pikachu. I'm waiting, I'm still waiting. Trying to feel what I know.
You ready for that? Go.
Put my mind to this shit. Cancel out my ex, I ain't tryna fucking put a fine with that shit. I never mind, girl, that's just you. I know you work off your shit. You know they gon' hate.
I love the fucking street. I was cleaning up a key, trying to serve it to the street. Couple niggas had beef, so I had to cheap key. I got homies from the 2, I got homies from the 3. I can get a thing neutral, I just wanna smoke a leaf. I was cleaning up a jack, trying to he gon' get attacked. Hear a lot of niggas talk, ain't a nigga push me yet. I'm in Houston, be live, throwing racks, that's a bet. And you ain't a real nigga if you don't whip it set. You better push it, 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 push it. What we doing on Monday? Push it. Go get the money, go get the money. Go get the money, go get the money. Go get the money, go get the money. Bounce!
Coochie down to the side.
Somebody sing it like
Girl, in my topic box. Put it down, put it down. Put it down. Put it down. On my window. Say it's
everybody like ballin'.
My name under the cover, cause when I need money, I ain't tryna holler. He know he giving his money to me. He know it's very expensive to daily.
Let me tell you one thing about my Sagittarius. You tell them what?
I can be fucked.
Real life.
You can't touch this. Hey, bitch, I do rich shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back again. And we're still here celebrating the great man vibes, DJ vibes. And I got more ladies popping out of nowhere, but the good thing about it is we're all on black, so we're the black of these, huh? But nevertheless, though, I ain't gonna be doing too much talking. I'm gonna be doing a lot of them. What's your name, girl?
I'm Ashley.
I can sit out on your neck. Fire. What's your name?
Sharon.
Well, Sharon, you look good, dude. Well, tell me, why you guys here tonight? And what is it about vibes that make you guys feel like, you know what, you have to be here to celebrate?
Of course, we're here for DJ vibes. Alright, I'm also a fellow Haitian, so I'm just here to support myself.
Hello.
Big C shit. So we're just here for vibes. We're here to celebrate life and everything he does for everybody. So
Hold on, you're not a rapper, are you?
no, I'm not.
Okay,
No.
just making sure.
I'm not.
So why are you here tonight and why are you celebrating this great man?
I'm celebrating more life for vibes. Happy 35. Let's do it. Let's go.
Turn up, see it?
Yeah.
Okay.
More life.
So if you had one thing to say the vibe, what would that be?
So take a break.
Take a break?
Take a break. You be working too much. So take a break. Enjoy life. Like it's short.
I like that, I like that. What about that one thing you want to say the vibes if you have to?
Life is abundance and it's yours for the taking.
Hello.
Do it.
Keep watching ASB on the streets on NoireTV. Period.
got pussy in the alley. They had a whistle and a minute of it. Got this little
What it do? It's your girl Sunshine. So guys, I'm here in Palisades, here on Georgia Avenue, Silver Spring. Tonight we are celebrating DJ Vibe for his birthday. I've been working here for about a month now, and the experience is amazing. All the staff are very friendly, everyone's very professional. This is probably one of the best nightclubs I've ever worked at, just for the people. This experience is amazing, and I really enjoy myself. Shout out to Vibes, happy birthday. Once again, it's your girl Sunshine.
James, work on the security team in Palisades out here in Montgomery County. great spot to shoot this for NoireTV. Y'all come out here, have a great time. We're gonna always keep you protected, keep you safe. We're gonna have a good time.
How y'all doing? My name is Chris Washington. I'm here with NoireTV. We're here at Palisades Lounge for Vibes' birthday. Shout out Vibes, good dude, great DJ in the area, Silver Spring area. Palisades Lounge is a great spot to be at. Got good food, good drinks, hookah bar, great music, and great people. So hope to have y'all come out and do everything in the Montgomery County, Silver Spring area. Please come out. All right, everybody have a blessing.
Ladies and gentlemen, how you living? You already know what it is, right? Drip, drip on drip. Everywhere we go, every time we're outside, we give us cicadas. And right here in the DMV, I got my man's brother from another mother, one and only international artist, well known on the microphone. But right now, he's doing it all by his own. I don't think that rhyme ends right. But nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Cool to Zizu Gunzo.
I feel like I did. Much love, bro.
What's good with you, man?
Everything is good.
Hey, and look, I want to ask you this good question, right? As an artist, how does it feel being a promoter out here in the DMV, killing it, and also being an artist out here in the DMV, killing it?
No, it's hard work, but we thank God.
I know, right?
Yeah. It's hard to bring people out, but still respect it.
And you do it. Alright, look, man, it's difficult to find you on the street right now, right? Doing your thing. Where you gonna hang out, or where you gonna be tonight?
Tonight, I'm like, fuck. I have a lot of free spots. I got to show love to a lot of people. NoireTV too. Come on, yeah, everything's great.
Alright, look, I gotta ask you this question. Are you hiring? Because I ain't gonna lie to you, man. The way you move, I think I'm gonna need an extra job.
Oh shit.
Alright, so look, man, I want you to give a big shout out to NoireTV, and before you do that, right, where can people follow you, your fans, and those who don't really know exactly what you do, where can they follow you, where can they find you?
Oh yeah, I'm on Twitter, everything. I am Kunzo. I'm on Instagram, every social media is I am Kunzo. I am Kunzo.
Every? Or any?
Every.
Alright, look, I want you to do me a favor, right? Let them know exactly what's going down in the DMV, and let them know that they gotta keep watching JSB on the streets on NoireTV. I need you to do that for me. Can you handle that? Can you handle that?
If you're not, you better catch up. It's JSB, bro. You know what I'm saying? And he's making everything happen. It's keeping everything lively. You know what I'm saying? On only NoireTV.
On NoireTV, right?
Yeah,
Alright, look. So on the count of three, we're gonna do it together.
Yeah.
Keep watching JSB on the streets on NoireTV. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Can you handle it? Are you sure? Are you sure? 1, 2, 3. Keep watching JSB on the streets.
NoireTV.
Boom.
Hi everyone, welcome to Afro Club Life, now showing on NoireTV, on Verizon, Fios channel 269, and Optimum Cable channel 1100. Watch Afro Club Life on NoireTV, where we spotlight the best lounges and clubs in multiple cities around the world. Hear directly from the club promoters in multiple cities in the USA and around the world. Watch promoters and their events in cities like Atlanta, New York, New Jersey, Chicago, and Los Angeles. Now showing on NoireTV channel 269, on Verizon, Fios channel 1100, and Optimum Cablevision, on NoireTV.com, on Android and iOS devices.
So Ghana was literally one of the best trips I've ever taken in my entire life. Literally, I had fun from the moment I landed until the time I left. I didn't even feel like leaving. And I just felt so at peace in Ghana, and it was just a lot of fun, and also just a cultural experience. But I want to talk to you in this video. This is going to be a brief video, and I'll have a big in-depth video a little bit later on. But this video is going to tell you everything that you want to know about Ghana in about 5 to 7 minutes. And so I'm going to talk about accommodations, the food, the nightlife, the visa, some of the inside things, when you want to get your hair cut, ladies, if you want to get the pedicure and manicures, you want to get outfits made, all of that is coming up in this video.
Welcome to Ghana.
first things first, let me talk about accommodations. So the flyest place that I stayed in Ghana was Kwale's. Yo, this hotel is super fresh, and the rooms are like the size of an Airbnb. So I was like, I like this, right? You got a fridge, you got a living room, and depending, you can go from like the studio joint, which is like twice as big as a regular hotel room, up to the 3-bedroom penthouse. Super fly spot. And then also second best place, I would say, in my opinion, is Kempinski. And this is a super huge hotel, while Kwale's is more of a boutique hotel. But that place is also super fresh. And then another week, we spent a couple weeks in Ghana, we stayed in an Airbnb. So Airbnb has quite a few options, and then pound for pound, that was probably the best value that I had for the money. We had like a 3-bedroom unit, and that was like $175 a night in a super nice area called Ridge. So you can see the Airbnb here. And then there's all different options, right? You can probably find a decent spot. I'm not talking about December now. December, like, prices are like tripled. And I'll talk about December a little bit later on towards the end of this video. But I'm just talking about going any time of year. You could probably find a decent Airbnb for about $40 a night, you know, and then they go all the way up to, you know, something like $300-400 a night for, you know, crazier spots. So let's talk about transportation. So Uber is a plug out there, super easy to get around. You know, just have your phone ready, and just like anywhere else in the world, you know, you'll order your Uber. My only gripe with Uber is they don't have any bigger cars. They're all pretty much small Toyota Corolla, you know, type of cars at the time of recording. So Uber, I hope you know, step that game up and have some more options available. Or you can get a private driver, right? So there's, you know, private drivers that you can drive you around for the day. And I want to talk to you about visas, because this is actually a little bit different when traveling to other places. I was actually in the president's office, and they said, you know, they're working on putting this online and making it an easier process. So shout out to Nadia. You know, we talked about, you know, the changes that they're making. But now, as far as now, what you need to do is you need to apply. And what I'm going to do, like I said, I have an ultimate Ghana guide that you're going to be able to access. So I said the link's going to be in the description of this video, and you're going to be able to know everything that you need to do, especially if you need a visa rush. You know, I'll have all that information. But you need a yellow fever shot. And you can't enter the country without having these two things, a visa. So if you're coming from the Western world, you know, you have a Western passport, this is something that you need. But if you have like a Nigerian or a Ghanaian passport, or, you know, a West African passport, you don't need a visa, but you also still do need a yellow fever shot. And then on arrival, shout out to Ghana, one of the flyest, cleanest airports I've ever seen in my life. It is truly a world-class airport. And I can't even say I was expecting an airport that fly. So shout out to Ghana on the airport, an amazing job. And then talking about things to do, man, big up to my Waves crew. My trip would not be the same without them. They introduced me to everyone that I needed to know, and now I can go ahead and share with y'all everything that you need to do when you come to Ghana. And so I'm just so grateful. Shout out to my entire Waves crew. We had Opal, Miss St. John, Pops. Yo, I appreciate y'all to the fullest. And so, things to do. If you want to get fly, want to get your hair done, there's a spot called Hair Rack. So they got women's salon downstairs, you can get your hair done. And then upstairs, you have a male spot where you can get, literally they've got like all the drinks on top. So it's just like a fly gentleman spot. It's more of like your upper class place where people get their hair done. Also, I gotta send a shout out to, I was just rolling around looking for a local spot. I went to like a local shop, you know, and his prices are super good. I think I paid like $3-4 for a haircut. So depending on the vibe that you want. And local dude spot is in Osu, really good area. So, you know, don't fret on that. So ladies, when you come into Ghana, you might want to get your pedi, your mani. Polish is the spot to be. I was like, yo, I like to give my manis, my pedi every now and then. And this place just makes you feel like royalty. You know, you sipping champagne, you know, the chairs, you feel like royalty sitting in these chairs. Service is off the chain, location is great. Shout out to Polish, man, they really took care of the boy. There's a reason I never hit my fitness goals. Cupcake Boutique, man. They heard I was coming to town, so they invited us over. And when I got there, I was like, this is hospitality. They literally had cupcakes with our name on it. And I'd give them a shout out even if they didn't have my name on the cupcake, because this place was just fly, fly, fly. And so, like, literally every celeb that comes into town, this is where they stop in to get their cookies, you know, some juice and some cupcakes, man. I'm telling you, you can just see by the visuals, this place is special. And ladies, if there's something I know about you, I don't want to judge, but the majority of you love to shop. And so when you're talking about the most luxurious shop in Ghana, all the celebs stop there, internationally, local, Kua is that spot. And so they got some of the flyest handbags. And so, cause I had a couple girls hit me up like, oh my God, can you bring me back a bag from Cool? I saw you know, wearing the bag. And so I stopped by the store and, you know, the place was phenomenal. Now, fellas, if you want to get fresh, if you want to get a traditional outfit made in Ghana, there's only 2 places that you want to go. There's my guy, Chocolate. Hey, yo, when celebrities come to town, it does not matter if it's a CEO of Twitter, you're talking about Idris Elba, Steve Harvey, you're talking about literally anyone. They come to town, they go see Chocolate. Literally, it's like, it's a sin if you don't. But now, his clothing are also like the Rolls Royce of clothing. And you know, his prices start at about $450. But the way, like I got an outfit made, he came, he saw me and measured me. And a lot of times he can do it without even measuring you. He is just like one of these geniuses when it comes to design. And then based on your personality, he'll whip you something up. I got mine, I was like, yo, this is fly. I was getting compliments on my piece from everyone. So, most people don't got a budget though. Like his piece start at $450 a piece, but I say, yo, it's one of those things that you got to get one of them. And all of his pieces that are made too are one of ones. It's crazy. He literally has 100,000 different pieces of fabric in his place, 100,000. And so just pure genius when it comes to that. Now the second guy is my guy, Alex. So for me, I ain't got $500 a day budget to be rocking out throughout the whole trip. And so this is more like your 5 Series Beamer, right? Or your E-Class Benz. It's like, it's a nice joint. You can't go wrong with it. And so this is like what Alex has. And then his joints start like 125, and literally he'll make you tell him what you want, you tell him the fabrics that you want, he'll come to your spot and measure you, or if it's not him, you know, one of his people will come and measure you, and if you tell him like an exact look that you want, you know, he'll go ahead and make that, or if you have like a custom joint, you know, he'll go ahead and make that happen. So shout out to Alex, you'll see all the fits I got from him. I got a few different fits, and then, you know, this is pretty much what I was wanting. Man, there's nothing regular about Ghana. So why fit in when you could be custom, baby? Now you can't come to Ghana without eating right. Now let me know in the comments, Ghana jollof or Naija jollof? You know it's a Naija thing here now. But yo, you can't come to Ghana without eating, and there was so many different options. And so I'm just gonna go through a few of them with you right now. Soon as she walking, now there was one culinary experience that really stood out from the rest, and that was from Binta. So she literally travels all over the world sharing her local food. And so like 1 week she's in Germany, another week, you know, she could be in South Africa, she could be in America. And so if you're lucky to be in town when she's around, I highly recommend it. And my people over at Tastemakers help set up this whole experience. So shout out to my Tastemakers. Now I know in Ghana is one of the top places in the world when it comes to nightlife. So I want to just share a few of my favorite places with you. Somebody's falling, yeah. Soon as she walking, yeah. People them falling. So now if you want to get outside the hustle and bustle for a little bit, one of my favorite places about an hour and a half outside of Accra is in Ada, is Aqua Safari Lounge. This place is fly. They got the jet skis, they got the boats, they got a nice resort, and it's just pure relaxation vibes. And I was actually out there with my homies from the Toasted Life, so they were in town as well. So we just had the most amazing time, you know, sunset all around, drinks are flowing, and I can't tell you how amazing that spot is. And there's a little secret location as well. This cigar lounge that's about 15 minutes away, and you would think you're in the most exclusive elite speakeasy when you talk about the most elite whiskeys and cigars. And so this guy that grew up in England was like, I just want to create an oasis away from everyone. And like, I just could never imagine this place in Ghana. I was like, what is this place? And it's about 15 minutes away from there. So I'm not even gonna say much, just look. Soon as she walking, yeah. People them falling, yeah. And then one of the coolest things that we did is just actually get to know the people. And so people always have a perception of how Africa is in general, or how Ghana is. And so I just wanted to show you how I live when I go to Ghana or I go to these other places, because there's always two sides to a story. And people always just want to show you, hey, a safari, or we're just saving the kids. And that's not to say that there's not issues within Ghana, but that's not the only story, right? So a lot of times we're just hanging out, having dinner parties. Like we went over to my homegirl Ruby's house, and it was just amazing. Like just beautiful vibes, beautiful people, eating traditional Ghanaian dishes. She's trying to tell me that the Ghanaian jollof was better, but okay. But I'm just telling you, there's so many different sides. And like one of the things I love doing is just educating people to show them. And most people are like, oh my God, when I was putting it on my Instagram stories, like, yo, people are living like this out in Ghana. I was like, yo, yes. Then another thing, people don't know how diverse the art scene is. The art scene is crazy and well respected around the world. And then so my brother, man, that I ran into in Ghana, I got introduced to him through Opal, is one of the greatest artists in the world. We went to his place and actually uses recycled goods throughout Ghana. And when I say his work is respected, he's got a piece in the Vatican. Facebook bought literally like the weight, 600 pounds, that is in the office there on Hackaway in Silicon Valley. When we're in the Kempinski taking a picture, like he's got this huge piece behind him. Like the art scene out there is crazy, and they have so many amazing artists, you know, within Ghana. You know, I was in Ghana for 2 weeks, and so this is not all that I'm gonna share with you. And I have so many more in-depth stories, right? So I told you I got my sister, Miss St. John, and then, you know, Pops, you know, he did a whole basketball camp in Ghana for the kids. I think he was expecting like 150, then like 300 showed up. You know, he was the second Ghanaian NBA player ever in the NBA. And then Opal, you know, co-founder of Black Lives Matters, was out there. And we just had such an amazing time. And then my new brother that I met there, Mr. Mano, John, you know, got to go to his cousin's house, Richard. And then he was just sharing, you know, the vision of what so many people have for this new Ghana with, you know, new medical facilities, just so many things where so many people are moving back because they see the opportunity. And I saw it myself. And just also, like the roots, the culture, where you're in a place and you're like, wow, I'm not even a minority here. I just feel like a normal person. And the energy, like Ghanaian people, they are so calm and the spirits are so beautiful. The culture is so rich. And so in the full episode, you know, I'm gonna dive into, you know, these individual stories and, you know, what they have to share and what we did on the ground. And then also, we went outside of Accra to some of the most beautiful places in Ghana, and I'll be sharing those with you. So make sure that you subscribe. If you are not subscribed on the channel, make sure that you do that. But yeah, like I said, there is just so many amazing things to do, and I was just there for 2 weeks. But now I want to end talking about December. Like I said, I've made the ultimate guide below if you want to find out everything to do in detail about December and then anytime, you know, throughout the year. And then, like I said, I talked to so many different people. When you talk about Afrochella, you want to know about Afrochella? I was actually with the founders. I went there, you know, I was talking to the big homies, Alvin and Kwame, and I went to like their studios, the BBN Z studios. You know, Lauryn Hill just pulls up there randomly. They've got a lot of the biggest artists, you know, in Ghana that record there. There's just so many amazing people that I connected with, you know, during my time there. Even Mr. Chocolate, you know, you'll hear his story of how he started and now is one of the biggest, you know, fashion icon, literally sets a lot of the trends when it comes to, you know, African clothing in general, sets a lot of the trend in the new wavy form. And so with that, I'm gonna go ahead and end here. Any questions, you know, hit us in the comment. You know, we'll be sure to get them answered. And make sure you check out that guide. And another thing, the year of the return. People want to know about this, right? People are like, oh my God, who's coming? I hear this person's coming. But then also people just want to be connected to their roots. They want to know where they come from. And so one big thing that I found out, there's several different DNA tests that you can take, right? And they actually have African ancestry. And so I put a link below to that. The double NACP was out there while, you know, she was, and I know a few people that know the founder of African Ancestry. So I was like, let me see if I can get you guys a special discount for that. I don't know at the time of recording, but hopefully, you know, I can reach out to her and get y'all a discount for that. Because that one will actually break it down by like what tribe, you know, you are from. And, you know, goes really deep with that. But all in all, I gotta send a big shout out to my homies, Nate and Yuri. They helped film this entire project, and it was just such a cool experience, filming something on the motherland. We got so much more stuff coming for Ghana. I'm so excited. And major shout out to Isaiah on the keys, composing, this amazing music here. And then just shout out literally to Ghana. And I want to send an amazing shout out to even the president's office, and really standing behind tourism and getting behind everything, and even giving us an opportunity, to come into the office and talk about, some of the things that we've seen and that we feel can be made better. And like I said, I just want to thank everybody there on ground. I really feel that Ghana is going to become one of the top places to visit in the world because of the amazing people within the countries, within the country. But anyways, I'm out of here. Take care.
Motherhood is one of the bravest decisions that any woman can make. It's one thing to be responsible for a business and staff. It's another thing to be responsible for a young life. You're faced with the responsibility of nurturing and molding them into useful and valuable assets to society. So it's hard work. The quintessential dilemma that working mothers face: can you really have it all? Can you balance having a family and a working life? So in my experience, I would say you cannot have it all. You literally have to find balance, and I think that's such a relative term, because what works for me, for instance, may not work for Mum A down the road. The trick is, honestly, to run your home the same way you run your business. You have to have structured processes in place that will allow for a seamless flow. Otherwise, you'll find yourself stressed out, burnt out, and absolutely useless to everyone around you and yourself. In my case, I feel like I've had it quite easy in terms of running a business and nurturing children, because I had about 7 or 8 years in business with no responsibilities in terms of rearing children. So that's a very long time to have a business and have set structure and processes in place. So I feel like the business is already in autopilot, and I'm able to now spend more time raising my children. For me, the one thing that's helped me so much in managing both the business and my family is technology. For example, at Nail Bar, I have IP cameras. So essentially all that is that I have cameras that are connected to the internet, and I'm able to watch what's going on my phone wherever I am. Same thing in my home. As they say, when the cat's away, the mice come out to play. So it's just for keeping tabs and ensuring that things go according to plan. It's easy to forget when there isn't, a voice or someone holding your hand throughout to ensure that you're doing the right thing at the right time. I've had varying experiences being a mom and running Nail Bar, and I think that's because I've had two very different children. With my daughter, she was a walk in the park. It felt like I had a baby adult even. She just was very independent. She'd stay where you kept her. She wasn't fussy. She didn't need me. With my son, however, he's extremely clingy. He's very needy, and it's a lot more difficult to leave him and go and do what I need to do. I've been very lucky to have a lot of family support. I haven't done well with nannies. The first nanny I ever got was when Anaya was, I think, 9 months old. And between her being 9 months and a year old, we went through 5 nannies. So clearly, it's very difficult to micromanage your childminders. And I decided, you know what, I have family support, so I'm just going to do this by myself. And I could afford to do that because with Nail Bar, like I said, it had been 7 or 8 odd years of running. It's already an autopilot. And I can only say this because I've tried to imbibe the brand culture from day one. This is so important for every business because that is what is going to determine how well your processes work. In fact, the quality of staff that you attract is dependent on this. You have to be very clear on what your vision and your mission is, what your brand ethos is. You need to have a communications guideline, for instance. You need to have a staff code of conduct, a resolution policy. And even now with COVID, you need to have disaster management policies on deck because life isn't a bed of roses. Things don't, always go according to plan. But when you have such documents guiding your processes, it's a lot easier to carry out even if you're not physically present because there's something that your staff or your management can fall back on and refer to. Self-care is so important as a working mom or even just as a stay-at-home mom. Any sort of mom that you are, self-care is and should remain a priority. Given that I don't have so much time for myself now that I have 2 children, it keeps me mentally grounded. It's a time where I can focus on myself, even if it's just for 30 minutes or an hour or 3 hours in a week, where I still have my monthly spa visits. I'm big on my manicures, my pedicures, my facials, my massages. Nail wellness is all the rave when you're a mom because you won't necessarily always have time to get the nail extensions done or to get the gel manicures or whatever your preference. So it's very important that your natural nails are very healthy, well looked after. I personally like to take a break in between and apply like protein treatments to my nails. And I keep them well filed so that they don't break off. And with COVID now, I'm not really a fan of super long nails just for hygiene reasons. And then another option, of course, is, if you want to be glam on the go, you can get press-ons. Actually, with recording finger foods and constantly having to get my nails done, I thought, how can I do this really quickly? And even when I have events, I'm thinking to myself, I really don't have an hour and 30 minutes to sit down and get extensions. So what can I use that's, that looks good, feels good, minimal damage to my nails, and, glam on the go? The major shift for me was when I was expecting Anaya. I became a lot more conscious of specific ingredient listings and how clean things really are. Even in my aesthetic approach, my current location, everything is very minimal. It's like live wood, green plants. It was a huge shift for me. I think for the first few months of being pregnant, I didn't even put nail polish on because I was so, concerned. Even with skincare, I went back all the way back to basics. With my second baby, of course, I didn't do any of that. But it's just interesting how much things shift. Before I had kids, I was the 14-step layering, Now it's really just back to basics. It's more about functionality, a routine that is effective yet conscious of my time. I think with COVID coming as well, it's helped me to look inwards with my selection of skincare and hair care, for instance. So I've made a shift from more sort of European or Western brands to homegrown brands that actually work incredibly well. Patience is definitely the major one. I think also I'm a lot more compassionate. I give people the benefit of the doubt a lot more. I now understand that a lot of things can happen beyond your control. I think it's also safe to say that I've developed a deeper instinct, so I now know a lot quicker when someone is not being truthful, when something is a bit off. I'm very quick to trust my gut. There's so much of me in Anaya, I think. Actually, it scares me because I feel like I finally met my match. She's very big on nails. She paints her nails every 2 to 3 days. I think at the moment she's wearing sapphire. And 2 days before that she was wearing back to black, and 2 days before that she was wearing Pretty Perfect Princess, which I actually named after her, which is special. That's one of her favorites. She's always in my office pretending to make press-on nails or, dishing orders to me. She's very assertive, and I'm confident that I'm raising As an introvert, I shy away from any personal publicity, but I've put all of that aside to create a world-class brand and put my industry on the map. Personal branding is something you have to do as a business owner. It's what sets you apart from your competition. It enables you to build trust between yourself and your clients, and ultimately it gives credibility to anything that you're doing. So for me, the most difficult part of it all was actually coming out as the face of my brand, simply because I'm an introvert and it's just not something that comes to me naturally. I recharge by being very private, spending time with myself. So having my face splashed across everything I do was a very difficult decision for me to take. But ultimately it was something that I had to do, and I'm so thankful for my PR at the time for pushing me to do it. She said, if you don't promote yourself and toot your own horn, who's going to do it for you? So the major issue with personal branding that most people have, and that I struggled with at the beginning, was how do I even go about this? Is this something that I just create? Is it a make-believe character? Or, what do I actually do? There's 3 main things that you need to focus on: authenticity, consistency, and most importantly, transparency. Authenticity is key. If you project an act, it can only last for so long, and it's so exhausting trying to keep up with that. It's so important to be yourself through and through, and people always see through the cracks, so it's essential that you show up as you are. Consistency is another trait that you have to perfect, simply because it's important that you show up as expected and you stay true to your brand ethos. When you're not practicing what you preach, essentially you're creating distrust between yourself and your client. That will cost you your reputation and ultimately your customers. Any sort of inconsistency in your brand ethos is a major no. You need to be transparent. It's important that you're open and intentional about what you do, why you do it, and who you do it with. Success is birthed when you're surrounded by the right people, or at the right place, doing the right thing at the right time. Today I opted for a gel manicure with gold foil accents. I chose a gel manicure because it allows me to have my classic manicure but with long-lasting wear. I'm wearing a blend of Yabba Dabba Doo and Nutmeg in the Amali Cosmetics gel polish range. I chose these two colors because they represent a quietly confident, conservative and calm personality trait, as well as dependable and steady. As an introvert, I think it's natural for me to second guess any sort of business ideas or decisions that I'm about to take. And there have been three major things that have helped me be unafraid in taking business decisions and business risks. First and foremost, my family and friends. They're a fantastic sort of springboard for me. They give me very honest and open feedback and very constructive criticism too. You have to be open to that to grow effectively. Secondly, the confidence that comes from, having industry knowledge. So I always say education is so important in whatever field of business you're in. So knowing exactly what I'm doing in my industry makes it very easy for me to go with my ideas. And in this case, it was starting Amali Cosmetics. Starting a product line is a huge risk because if people don't like it, it reflects poorly on your business. A substandard product will make people doubt the integrity of what you offer. Poor presentation in any form can easily tarnish your reputation. Experience and expertise always births an excellent product. So this isn't one of those things that a celebrity has just sat down and endorsed from a factory somewhere. Like, there's actual education and experience behind my brand. Passion would be the third and final thing. I feel like passion always overrides fear, and the moment that you have your goal in sight, it's easy to overcome those fears. The best part of establishing a personal brand is that it gives you the perfect platform to diversify as a business owner.
She love me, yeah, I know, and she knows that I love her, she knows, she too bad.
Hi guys, my name is Ada, I'm on NoireTV. I'm on set of our song featuring Olamide and Fireboy, She Knows. And it's been awesome and amazing so far.
She too bad, no. She knows. She knows. She too bad, no. She too bad, no. She knows. She knows. You've been knocking on my door. If I love you, it's not my fault. I just come back from Port Harcourt, and I won't love you all night long.
Yeah. What's happening, people? I'm on the set of She Knows, our song featuring Fireboy and Olamide. You guys should keep watching. NoireTV. Bless her.
My fine girl from my quiet. As I dey see you at the time. Anybody try you, I got my gun. Make I no go end up for asylum. Cause she too bad, oh. She too bad, oh. She knows. She knows. She too bad, oh. She too bad, oh. She knows. She knows.
Hi, my name is Isioma Hope. I'm a vixen on set for She Knows by Harry Songs featuring Olamide and Fireboy. Walking on set has been really, really fun, and I need you guys to keep watching NoireTV and watch out for me.
Yo, my name is Cardoso. Welcome to NoireTV. You're welcome to my set. This is Harry Song featuring Olamide and Fireboy. She Knows. It's a wonderful song, and we're shooting a wonderful music video. So, bless it. When these guys come together, what you expect? You expect greatness, and that's what we're about to, do tonight.
Every time they bust in my brain, I want she too bad, and she knows, she too bad, she too bad, she knows.
The video concept is about celebrating women, or celebrating how beautiful they are, how gorgeous they are, how superb they are. You know what it is now. Welcome to NoireTV. Bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, Harry Song, aka Mr. Songs, NoireTV. This is behind the scenes. She Knows featuring Olamide and Fireboy. This is the biggest collaboration of the year. Everything is going good. It's behind the scenes. Watch out for She Knows featuring Olamide and Fireboy. NoireTV, thank you for staying tuned.
Inside the yard, she make a pot. Inside the pot, if you define the ball, it is inside the court. So
Yeah, this is Sario. Yeah.
Your skills kill the rhythm of boss it.
I know, say she love me, yeah, I know, and she knows that I love her, she knows, she too bad, she knows, she too bad, you've been knocking on my door. If I love you, it's not my fault. I just come back from Port Harcourt, and I won't love you all night long. My fine girl from my quiet. As I dey see you at the tango. Anybody try you, I got my gun. Make I no go end up for asylum. Cause she too bad, oh. She too bad, oh. She knows. She knows. She too bad, oh. She too bad, oh. She knows. She knows. She knows.
Now love, this not love, and she knows. She she knows. Not love, this not love. She knows, she knows. Oh yeah now, my time money they break it. Come close, make me second make. Up and down we go play shakere. I see in your eyes we they blend. I know I follow okay today. I dey think of you every day. Every time you dey bust in my brain, I want, I do. She too bad oh, she too bad oh, and she knows, she knows. She too bad oh, she too bad oh, she knows. Right about now, yeah. My baby do that the well collect power. Now girl when I feel like a follow, I won't be the pride you just swallow. You can finger your kiss like a piano. I know, baby I know. You just wanna bring booty down low. Push my button like Coco, my Pablo. Fresh it like a tomato from Cano. Oh break it the light of my candle. I be make her the reg you like Karen. Give me space for your heart, I be go feto.
My skills kill the rhythm of bullshit.
I come, who you they come? No go they talk, say I come from the slum. I'm fresh and I'm young, I do when I talk. I hate what I done, love us is strong. I'm so deep and sprung, in love with your aunt. You the got live and top and down inside the hall. She make I pot, inside the pot. If you dey find the ball, it is inside the court. So you know.
Hi, can I get a latte, please? Every business owner will tell you that finding the right staff is one thing and keeping them is another. To start off, I didn't really even have an understanding of like the Nigerian market and how to go about getting staff. I think anywhere else you could sort of go online to a specific industry website and search for, basically put up your ad. I literally put up a sign at my window and I had people come in and apply for jobs. I didn't take the route of, visiting other salons as most people would do and try to poach staff or any of those things. I just put up an ad and I actually had people come through and apply. I did have one person from referral. I had just moved to my Monrovia Street location at the time, and I had an Indian manager because I wanted to offer yoga and Ayurvedic treatments. So it made sense to have an authentic person running those programs. So I had just transitioned from offering strictly nail care services to now offering beauty and spa services. I had a therapist who was really talented naturally. I had her trained by the Indian manager at the time, and she quickly became a very popular go-to person, for waxes and massages and facials. That side of the business was growing quite quickly, just as quickly as the nail care services. So I thought, okay, I'm gonna bring in more people, get more therapists into that section of the business. I wanted to offer more sort of exotic massages, and to make it more authentic, I thought, okay, I'll go with Indonesians. Everyone knows how amazing their Balinese massages are. On getting here, I realized they couldn't do anything but massages. So I had to train them on facials, waxing, body scrubs and body wraps and things like that. So So I hired this educator to come in and train all 3 of my therapists at the time. They all signed contracts, very important. They had a certain percentage of the fee they covered, and then we covered the rest, just to, well, for them to take the training more seriously, because if we had paid for all of it, they might not have been as committed. But putting their money into it as well sort of kept them engaged. So believe it or not, immediately after the training, my therapist left, literally a day after the training had ended. And this was like, I guess, a week or 10 days worth of training. And I was completely thrown off guard. You know, the Indonesian ladies were great, but they had only just been trained. I couldn't unleash them on my clients. The personality trait of Sapphire exhibits self-control, confidence, and an even temperament. I chose the color Sapphire, which is a rich and royal blue with metallic undertones. This time I've opted for acrylic extensions, simply because of its strength and durability, and also I needed some length. Blue represents serenity and calmness, trust, confidence, and intelligence. The one thing I would say to any business owner, not just in the beauty space, is education is so important. It's so important to be fully abreast with whatever it is that your industry is. And in my case, it's important to know how to carry out the treatments that you're offering. If I wasn't able to offer waxes or facials, I would have been thrown completely under the bus. There would have been nobody to offer those services, and a fast rising section of my business would have essentially have just died. This is why it's important to have the skill set and the education. Nobody should be able to hold you to ransom. You know, you should be able to fill in the gaps wherever and whenever you need to. It was the option of either going to court or arbitration, and both of those things were just too time consuming, you know, in comparison to what the cost of the training was. And remember, this was split between 3 people, you know, so if I had to let go of a third of it, you know, that was my business decision to make, and it just seemed easier for me at the time. And that's just the thing about contracts. There's no hard and fast rule about it. You literally just have to sit back and see what works best for your business at that time. But that's not to downplay the importance of contracts. Obviously, it's important to have something in black and white, because they easily forget what they've committed themselves to. So it's awesome to always have a piece of paper to bring their attention back to, you know, what's expected of them and what they've agreed to. Contracts are important, and it's essential as a business owner that you are very specific about what you expect from your employees, and also what you are giving back in return.
Life has been tough. We queue to get the small food we are sharing. Sometimes the food has fly in it. People keep pushing us when we are in the queue. The mosquito bites us in the night. I just want to go home, but just people, them pound out.
Touch your life to be. Touch your life to be. Try to touch your life to be. Touch your life to be.
This evening we're here for the Egazim event. It's a charity event. It is to support what Tubaba is doing with his foundation.
What's up, beautiful people? They call me SLK, and I'm right here for Eargasm.
For history, them say one tree can never make a forest. I say come be so.
This initiative is a very great one. It's a very fantastic one. You know, it gives me great joy to see people that want to give back to the society or to the community that's giving back to them. So Two-Face is ready to give back in all he has received, and it's a very great initiative, and I'm so proud of it.
All we need is one love. This one love. All we need is one heart, one heart. Touch your life today.
No, how can I sing in the presence of Two-Face? I'm not singing tonight. If I'm going to do anything, I'll just fool around on the mic and tell him congratulations. I'm very proud of what he's doing.
Tubaba has been somebody who has his roots connected to his heart. And by that, I mean he's always been very concerned about the downtrodden, and he has always tried everything in his power to see how he can always bring positive changes to people who need them.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're here today beyond the music, the ambience, and the laughter. We're here to support projects in OAU and also support the children's project. What's the other project called? The empowerment project to help young youths develop creative marketing skills.
So make we join on together to better our nation. So if I do for one person, you do for another.
Every time I go outside and I see the things outside, that's like one of my best love songs. And Tubaba, respect, amazing writing, amazing melody.
Catch the best of Afrobeat content here on NoireTV. I won't chop my mouth because I'm catering for you guys so that you get the latest of the Afrobeat content. Go yeah, best NoireTV. Don't leave it. Drop smile.
Touch your life today. No matter what you get, try to touch your life
What I think about is I think that everybody who has the kind of reputation that Two-Face has should emulate this. I mean, if everybody who had the capacity did the little they could, to help the next person, I think Nigeria will be a better country. I think Africa will be a better continent. I think the world would be a better space.
This is Eargasm for Charity, Tubaba Foundation. It's hosting a gala as a fundraiser for a good cause that he will be announcing in the bit. I definitely will leave that to him, to unveil himself. But here now we are here. We've reached out to our friends, our colleagues, our partners. They're here, and we're going to have a real good time. One of probably my favorite events because the music is always fantastic. The ambience, the people, and all of that always good. So we're looking forward to a great time. Thank you.
I see the sun in the sky, but it's an illusion. I'm feeling so high, yeah, from all the stress and the madness of today. My brother, it pain me, but what can I say? I say na so confusion, complete pollution, na total corruption in every nation, yeah. I feel like wailing, but my voice they fail me, and now it's got me going crazy, and now it's got me wishing and thinking I wish I could fly up to nowhere. I said I wish I could
live life, 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 life. Fly up to home.
So my name is Azados, a zealous and determined unbound soldier. You would expect this from Tubaba, because naturally this is his personality. He's always been helpful. You know, he's a philanthropist. Do you understand? So this is not a surprise. In fact, I've been expecting this for quite a while. But thank God he has, gone beyond doing it, supporting people on a private tip, up until now, doing it for, helping people in public. Do you understand? So that's what you expect from, Tubaba.
Now you is the one, Timothy Ferron. Can't you see the arrow of your love in the depth of my heart? You wanna come in your own. But you is the one that I really know. You is the one that I really know. Okay, I'm getting worried. Well, alone. I remember the first time that I met ya. It was in December. My love life was just going. You came into my sorrows went away. I said to Allah, you were giving me sweetest taboo in September when I met you and Romina. We had a good for dinner. Well, Madame, I love you that I so. Madame, me cannot go. Why don't you let me love flow, yeah? Why don't you let me love flow and glow? Watch out!
Now, Tubaba has been doing a lot for the expansion and development of music in Nigeria, not just through his singing prowess, but this time he's partnering with different institutions and different organizations to make the learning of music, a bit more pleasurable for young ones and get them understanding the technicalities of what music will be. And for me, it is all about creating sustainable artists and evergreen music.
I wanna be free, free like a bird. Oh, I thought you were. Say I don't like you, I like this instead. I thought you knew this man is true. So when you see me passing through, let me be, because
the best side of Two-Face is his humanity, his generosity, his good nature, his humility. He's a fantastic human being, and he personifies the very best on who we are as human beings. And we don't get to hear a lot of what he does, but I do get invited. Whatever he's doing, whatever cause he's trying to do, I come through and support and give what I can to help out.
There's been a lot of toasting that the guys have been up to her. She told them she was waiting.
As an event concept, Airgasm is inspired by the need to assemble first-class, singers, real power vocalists, and give them a platform where they're basically, performing classic tunes. We're not bothered about the child. We're not bothered about what's trending. We're just bothered about really gorgeous music and first-class singers. So that's Airgasm for you. That show where it's just about the vocals, it's just about the quality of the music, it's just about the memories and the nostalgia. Airgasm for Charity is a tweak. We host the Airgasm events as a standalone, but sometimes we partner with the Tubaba Foundation to host it for as a charity gig. That's what we're doing today. We're raising money for a good cause, and we're very, very happy with the quality of support that we've received so far. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bangladesh. Whoa, 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 whoa. To be civilian, no mistake, we be criminals. I did do my work legit, no be illegal. If you did share national cake, no forget to celebrate. For my fatherland, I did live like immigrant.
Listen, the people there for one side, SAS there for one side, X-Men there for one side, politicians there for one side. Only God can save us now. No. Only God can save us now. God bless my country, Jaburata. Resources plenty, Jaburata. People get sense plenty, Jaburata. Make we live in love.
It's an honor to be here, to be a part of greatness tonight, celebrating with Tubaba. And it's just amazing how he inspires us as young artists to not only, create value in music, but also like give back to the society, use the culture as a tool, So, it's just inspiring.
Oh, I know you must have heard this a million times before, but girl, here I am. I wanna say some more. It's so amazing how you let me in your life. I'm so glad that when I knocked, you been open the door to your heart, make I enter. Your love is the purest thing that I ever felt, and being with you is the sweetest dream that I ever dreamt. Take it from me.
Yeah, so tonight is inspired by I was given an honorary degree in Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife. I was made a fellow of the School of Music, and so I promised that I was going to build a studio. I've already started building the studio. I've spent a couple of millions putting the structure and a couple of things together. So tonight I'm just doing this fundraiser to enlighten people, and to also connect with some of my fans, and to also connect with the great people of Ife, so that I'll be able to raise more dollar. You understand?
But when I stay inside with you and I look into your eyes, I never have to close my eyes to visualize what it feels like to be living in paradise.
Tubaba, Two-Face, we love you. You're a legend, an icon. Keep doing it, and we'll keep supporting you, my brother.
Take a seat, enjoy the ride. The unknown I won't be afraid of. I'm just gonna relax and enjoy my life. Try to leave it, try to appreciate it, 'cause every breath I take, I'll feel the air. I'll take some time to smell the grass and the flowers. There's so much to live for, yeah, I swear. I will bask in the sun and dance in the rain. Oh, I'll dance in the rain. If that's how they do and slow.
Yeah, man, my people all over the world, Jamaica, US, all the island, everywhere. Keep watching NoireTV. One love. Tubaba says so.
There's nothing glamorous or relaxing about running a beauty business, contrary to what everyone thinks. There's so much your degree doesn't prepare you for. I opened my doors in March of 2011, and I think it had to be the most exciting, the most stressful, the most gut-wrenching feeling all in one. Exciting in the sense that it was a dream come true. I was finally getting a chance to do something that I really had always wanted to. Stressful in the sense that I didn't know how many people would show up. I didn't know if anybody would show up. Gut-wrenching also in the sense that, oh, this is a completely new terrain. Am I going to succeed? Is this going to work or not? So I had been in business for all of 10 months. I would say I was just about finding my feet, finding my balance. And essentially it was one horrific night. I was getting ready to go home. This must have been around 8 or 9 p.m., so it wasn't too late. And I had just gotten into my car, but thankfully my instincts, as soon as I get into the car, is to lock the door even before I put my seatbelt on or anything. So I just gotten into the car, pressed the lock, looked up, and literally there were about 4 men surrounding my car. And I'm paralyzed with fear, obviously. It was, one guy on one end jolting, pulling at the door, somebody else punching my windows, and the other 2 guys trying to get into the back of the car. So, yeah, naturally I was paralyzed with fear, and it took one of my staff who was still at work at the time to literally keep yelling at me, like, "Oh, madam, start the car, like, just if you drive, they'll fall away." And at some point, I think one guy was actually even on the bonnet of the car, like punching the window. And it took me all about, I don't know, it felt like forever, but I'm sure it was a matter of seconds. I finally started the car and just revved in reverse and drove home. I essentially had, I still don't know what it was. I mean, it was an attack of some sort. I don't know where it was coming from or why, because there were still people around. And the funniest part of it all was that nobody helped. People were just looking. And that was my first experience. I think I had insomnia for like a year or 2 after that. I still don't know, I still can't explain why it happened. But yeah, that was a turning point for me, definitely. Yeah, after that incident, I think I stayed away from work for a few weeks. I remember having conversations with my family about how I'm just not doing this anymore. It was just so much of a shock. And I remember my mom, all her wisdom, just saying, you know what, this isn't the time for you to give up. Maybe that was the aim, to rattle you and get you to just call it quits. So this might be a good time for you to go back to the drawing board, re-strategize, and decide on what you want to do. So it was essentially a time of a lot of reflection, despite the fear and lack of sleep. I went back to the drawing board and I thought, okay, maybe this is a time to grow. Maybe this is a time to find a standalone space where you can control your own security. And maybe also introduce new services, go big or go home, essentially. So for me, it was now time to show that this business is actually capable of being successful, and that, I can do nails really well, but I can also do skincare really well. I can also do hair care really well. So I set out to find a space that would essentially be a one-stop shop. I think at the time I also had yoga going on, so there was a bit of like fitness to the wellness as well. And essentially it was now capitalizing on the fact that people were looking for a place where they could do all of their maintenance and grooming, mind, body and soul, as it were. There will always be, a sense of danger and adversity, and in that time, rather than running away or questioning whether you should be chasing your dreams, it's the time to not give up, but reflect, go back to the drawing board, come up with a plan that scares you, essentially. So if it doesn't scare you, you shouldn't be doing it. Chances are, if you're playing it safe, what makes you different to anybody else. I mean, I think the key thing is, as a business owner, you have to ask yourself, is this my core passion? Passion is what will drive you and keep you going in the midst of any storm. Resilience is a personal character trait that, you know, every business owner needs to build, because tough times are everywhere. I mean, we're currently in tough times. These are the times that you have to sit back and innovate, essentially. And also, I guess, if you know that you have a business that's, you know, capable of being successful, you know, that's a good motivating factor. The viability of your business will definitely make it worth fighting for. Finger Foods is my most ambitious project yet because there are so many elements that needed to be balanced delicately to bring it all together. I'm pleased to say that I've actually come out stronger, a lot bolder, and a lot more ambitious in achieving my dreams. Come up with a plan that scares you, essentially. So if it doesn't scare you, you shouldn't be doing it. Oh, this is a completely new terrain. Am I going to succeed? Is this going to work or not? In sharing my life lessons and business tips, I wanted to make sure the resulting experience would be authentic and relatable. Finger Foods brings the underrepresented nail care industry into the spotlight. This is something I've always been passionate about. So today I'm wearing NoireTV, and it's essentially a blend of red but with deep purple undertones. I've gone with NoireTV because it's a color that represents power, ambition, and wealth. So as the color connotes sophistication, I decided to go with a simple and classic manicure. With this look, it was essentially just filing my nails, pushing back my cuticles, a base coat, 2 coats of nail polish and a top coat, and then some cuticle oil just to moisturize. The classic manicure is definitely a signature look because it's easy to maintain. There's no frills, no fluff, it's straight to the point, and it really does help to maintain the health of your natural nail. In the same way that food enriches you in a vital way, my hope is that you get lessons that add tangible value. By extension, this project is also about encouraging and supporting the ambitions of others. Entrepreneurs in any field can take something away from this. More than anything, I love that I have an opportunity to uplift and celebrate local businesses. In general, but especially with this series, I make it a point to showcase some of my favorite Nigerian brands. Special thanks to Ronald VII for my makeup and Manosia Official for my dress.
Hey everyone, welcome to Afro Club Live, now showing on NoireTV on Verizon Fios channel 269 and Optimum Cable channel 1100. Watch Afro Club Live on NoireTV, where we spotlight the best lounges and clubs in multiple cities around the world. Hear directly from the club promoters in multiple cities in the USA and around the world. Hear from DMV promoters such as DJ Jamster, Nana, Dabuchi, Kunzo, Hakeem Tay, Issa Tams, Fred, TJ, and Kenny G, plus promoters in other cities on what life is like in their clubs. As our host, JSB, takes you on a fantastic trip in lounges and clubs like Elevate, Dama, 1812 Lounge, Society, and Spectrum. Watch promoters and their events in cities like DC, DMV, Atlanta, New York, New Jersey, Chicago, and Los Angeles. Now showing on NoireTV, channel 269 on Verizon Fios, channel 1100 on Optimum Cable Vision, and on NoireTV.com on Android and iOS devices.
Wednesday evening it is, and we are at the famous Burlington Avenue for Weddy, an event put on by Stone Love Movement. Now, the Stone Love sound system is one of the oldest and longest running sound system in Jamaica. Here you will see dancers, you will see celebrities, and people from all over the world who come to enjoy the vibes and the music at Weddy. Now, NoireTV is gonna take you inside so you can experience it for yourself. Join us and view on NoireTV.
keep on moving, girl. Like I know in my life, music is straight, so it don't find any of this. I say I get one more stone up for doing that to me. Oh, make it get curfew.
All solo fans are right now. Do you remember this one? This one. Father, boy, you drop the bomb on them.
And we are at Home Wednesdays. We just left Weddy, where you saw all the entertainers, you saw all the excitement, and now you're going to see so much more. We're going to take you on an adventure that some people never get to experience. Sit back, put your seatbelts on, it's going to be fun. More viewers, enjoy.
money then, faster than the
give up the maca. Hey, give me one, get in your bed.
Make up the girl never know you're sweat already. And you're not moaning. And now your blood clot cologne and your body's black. And then over under them to clean.
Anywhere we go, we don't have to be there with this energy. See how the last drop for them in our village. Focus so much that's
my boy, you pop out to one them ready. I'ma feel like I want to run with that sucker feel to me.
Look like everybody get closer. Take me to the she a put it when I stay to them, yeah, I'm going to kill that shit.
blood clot. One of them. They can't never know, just stop Babylon.
Hey everyone, welcome to Afro Club Live, now showing on NoireTV on Verizon Fios channel 269 and Optimum Cable channel 1100. Watch Afro Club Live on NoireTV, where we spotlight the best lounges and clubs in multiple cities around the world. Hear directly from the club promoters in multiple cities in the USA and around the world. Hear from DMV promoters such as DJ Jamster, Nana, Davuchi, Kunzo, Hakeem Tay, Issa Tams, Fred, TJ, and Kenny G, plus promoters in other cities on what life is like in their clubs. As our host, JSB, takes you on a fantastic trip in lounges and clubs like Elevate, Dama, 1812 Lounge, Society, and Spectrum. Watch promoters and their events in cities like DC, DMV, Atlanta, New York, New Jersey, Chicago, and Los Angeles. Now showing on NoireTV, channel 269 on Verizon Fios, channel 1100 on Optimum Cable Vision, and on NoireTV.com on Android and iOS devices.
Yo, it's your boy Jabril, aka Mr. Think Outside the Box. And Panama is a very special place to me. I've been coming here since 2011. And when I first came down, I just was like, wow, this place is amazing. I want to share it with the world. So I created these little, like, pretty much ghetto videos with my little, like, $200-$300 camera by myself, shaky footage, and made a video in Panama, made another video in Bocas del Toros. But people were like, wow, this is what Panama's like. And then I came back again in 2014. It was me, my brother Fufu, and Dan, and we created another video about Panama City. And the response that we got to that video was incredible. Like well, not even almost. It went viral, you know, within Panama and then also the world. And so we'd be outside and people in the streets coming up saying, "Thank you so much for making this video." And also, so not only, you know, regular people, but some of the most influential people in Panama, like hotel owners, Panamanian celebrities. I was like, yo, I've never felt this type of love before from, you know, anyone. But we did put a lot of work into that video. And so my love for the Latino culture and, you know, the Latino people is no secret. You know, I've been all over Latin America. But Panama, like, it's a special place for me because this is like pretty much my first place that I've ever been to really experience, you know, the Latino culture. I know it's vastly different, you know, so many different places. And so, you know, it's been a couple years since my last visit to Panama, so I was like itching to get back. And then so there was like an open week in the schedule, so me, Maria, and JP, we took a trip to Panama. And so I got to give you a little recap because you're going to be seeing this beautiful girl running around in this video. And so when I was in Panama in 2014, there was this girl walking down the beach, and then she was walking with like her brand new puppy. And yes, it's kind of like a movie, right? And then so I'm just like, yo, I might not never see her again. I got to take the opportunity to at least say hello. And then so I'm like, hey, yo, my name's Jabril. How you doing? And then so we exchanged information, and this was in Playa Venal. Like if you're into surfing, you obviously know where Playa Venal is in Panama. And so we're at like El Sitio, but then she was leaving like in a few hours. I was like, ah. So that's how we initially connected, and we kind of kept in touch. But fast forward 3 years later, you know, she's in Panama, we're coming there, and then so she offered to show us around. So that's how I met Carrie, if you're wondering how the whole, you know, friendship started. And then I want to just give you a quick 411 on Panama if you don't know anything about this amazing country, and specifically here in Panama City. Panama has, you know, a really good economy. They use the US dollar, and it's very, very developed. Like if you see like their downtown area, it looks like you could be in Miami or like New York. Crazy skyscrapers everywhere. Obviously, you probably have heard about the Panama Canal, and then you might have heard about Roberto Duran, one of the biggest boxers of all time. If you've seen that movie, The Hands of Stone, yes, that's who the movie's based on. But they have, in the country as a whole though, they have one of the most diverse landscapes pretty much in the entire world. If you want jungles, if you want some of the most beautiful beaches, if you want street, if you want kind of like that old school Latin feel, if you want countryside, if you want mountains, they have it all. And most people don't know that about Panama. And then also, for Central America, it's the most developed place, you know, by far. And then like I would say with like the exception of like Brazil, like below the border of like, you know, Mexico, this is pretty much the most developed place. And it's almost like the land of opportunity for like northern Southern America and as well as Central America. So, you know, like I said, just a booming economy, very developed, you know, ecosystem. Just a very developed place. And so you'll find people from all over the world. And then also, yes, people do bring their money down here. That's another thing you might have heard about Panama. But what I'm gonna do is you're gonna get to ride around with us for a week and kind of see what we get up to. So to start off my adventure, you know the boy was hungry. I probably love food too much. That's why I never hit my fitness goals. And so I started off my trip with a trip to this Afro-Caribbean restaurant, one of the best in town. And then so there I met Carrie, I met Isaac, and then also Nunez. Carrie and Isaac are like world-class chefs. And I'm not just hyping that up. Like last month, you know, they went to Washington, D.C. to cook for like congressmen, and they literally get flown out to prepare, you know, just some of the most amazing meals that you can imagine. And when I say like world-class places, so that they're at like the Four Seasons, and like they're the special special chefs, you know, for these places. Yo, and then one of the things for me is making sure I have a fresh cut. It's like a religion. The boy gotta stay fresh. Now, while I love all races, I don't trust white people touching my hair. So when I get my hair cut in Panama, I go to Cinco de Mayo. And so I've been going there since like 2011. It's just so lively. You can feel the culture. And yeah, it's just vibes all around. And so I've been seeing the homies, like I said, since 2011. The prices are right. They're always playing music. You might hear someone like freestyling. And one of the things that people, you know, some of the things that people tell me, like from like more of like the downtown, they're like, ooh, be careful, you're going to Cinco de Mayo. It's kind of dangerous over there. I'm like, yo, man, I'm good. So basically, it's not, quote unquote, the safest place to be, but if you know how to maneuver, but put it like this, it's not like going to like the south side of Chicago or nothing. Like, if you know, if you're just minding your business, doing your thing, you know, you are going to be fine. And so, you know, when you're rolling around Cinco de Mayo, you'll run into so many different places, and there's a bunch of places where you can kind of get traditional Panamanian goods. So if you want to find like indigenous people, you'll see some of their, you know, work, their art creation. You'll find a lot of locals where you can basically buy it directly from the source. So if you want to support the local economy, this is definitely one of the areas that you want to come. And so it's not like being in like Punta Pacifica. So just kind of be aware of your surroundings. At night, I don't really recommend going there too late at night, but during the day, as long as you're aware of your surroundings, you know, you are going to be fine. And then, so there's one thing that I love to do. As much as I like to eat, I like to exercise. So I rented this Airbnb right across from Cinta Costera. So there, this was like a government project that they put together to basically bring, you know, the community together, as well as having the community exercise. So on Sundays, they have the thing where they shut down like the whole street and people ride bicycles and all of this craziness. But during the week, you'll find people running all along Cinta Costera. But it's not only running, they've got basketball there, people are playing soccer, they're doing all different types of, you know, activities, and all different people from all different, you know, classes come together to enjoy, you know, the parks, exercise, and just have a good time. And the amazing thing about this place, it's like oceanfront. So while you're taking a run, doing all these amazing things, you have a beautiful view of the city. And then so while I'm talking about Cinta Costera, you know, it goes down for like literally a couple miles, and it goes past Casco Viejo. And Casco Viejo is like the old part of Panama. So if you want to, you know, they have like the downtown with the skyscrapers, but then you have Casco Viejo, which really has like that true Panamanian feel. The architecture, the people, the way people are dressed, it's amazing over there. And so the thing that's changed about Casco Viejo, especially in the last 10 years, it's gone from one of the most dangerous areas in all of Panama to one of the most prosperous and you know, rising areas in all of Panama. Now it has some of the most expensive real estate in the city. And so you have some of the best restaurants, and I've got a few homies that have restaurants there. Then you have Donde Jose's, which is like rated #1 on TripAdvisor, but it's a small, intimate place. So make sure you have a reservation if you're going there. You have Taco La Neta, some of the best tacos in town. And then, like I said, there's so many different restaurants that I could mention, but then you also have some of the best views in the city. So on top of this spot called Cantalo, they have this amazing view of the city, and downstairs they have a restaurant, really good prices. But like I said, I could go on and on. You want to walk around Casco because you'll get to explore so many different sections of the city, and you'll run into all different types of characters. If you want to buy goods, like I said, restaurants, it's all within Casco Viejo, and you'll feel like you're quote unquote, well, not even quote unquote, you'll feel like you're in the real Panama. So yes, I'm talking about running around Cinta Costera, walking around Casco, but I have a favorite way to see the city. And so one of the things I love to splurge on when I get to a city is a helicopter tour. And I've done them in maybe 6 or 7 different cities, and Panama is by far my favorite place to do it. Why? Because literally you're gonna be in the jungle 1 minute, and the next minute you're like weaving between high-rise buildings, you're getting to see old Panama, and there's so many things that you're just like, wow, I didn't know how diverse just Panama City is by just going around in a car. And when you're up that high, you have a different appreciation, you know, for the city. And so while I'm talking about views, there's a spot in the city that you have to go, and that's Causeway Amador. It's on the other side of the city, but the beautiful thing about it is you get a view of the entire Panama City when you're over there, right? Because it's on the other side of the city in the water. Well, the first thing that you're gonna notice when you roll up is this colorful ass building, and that's the Biodiversity Museum. And it's designed by no other than the legendary Frank Lear. And if you know anything about architects, that's all I need to say. He's basically like the Michael Jordan of architects. He has some crazy buildings in Chicago. And then like I said, I have so many friends in Panama City. One of my best friends in the city is my boy G. And so he owns pretty much the best production company inside of Panama. And so if people are coming down looking to shoot music videos or they're even shooting movies, they want to rent like a red camera. If you don't know what red camera is, these cameras go up to like $100,000 and stuff, right? And he has this crazy production house. And so when people come down there, they go see him. But enough about hyping up my boy G. I always love to see him. He loves basketball. We just vibe out. But if G's around, I know Mario is not far away. So Mario is pretty much the godfather of restaurants within Panama. Like, this guy owns so many different restaurants within the city. You know, Taco La Neta, Cafe Unido. You have to get a Unido burger if you go there. They have the best coffee in town. And I want to say this, you might be like, oh, they're your friends, or they're giving you free food. No, I've paid for every single coffee and I've paid for every single Unido burger that I've ever had. I just really vibe with the spot and I love it. I've had a Unido burger maybe 40, 50, different times. There's this other place called Botanica Restaurant. The vibe and the food here is off the charts. And the meatballs, trust me, you will thank me later. And one thing that I can kind of visualize about this place is like having Sunday brunch there. I don't know if they do it yet, but that's one of my recommendations. So if you're not doing it, please have like Sunday brunch, include that, because that's just like the vibe that they have there. And then if you want to switch up the vibe, they have another restaurant, which is called Sister House. If you want some more of that Afro-Caribbean vibe, this cool spot that you can hang out there. And then what makes their space so special, they have some of the best hot sauce in town. And then so after the hot sauce, you probably want to chill out a bit. And then so you got to get some amazing ice cream. And so the best ice cream in San Francisco is actually Karen's Ice Cream Parlor. So Carrie, I'm not just giving her a shout out because she's my friend. When I was hanging out with Jay Mathos, who was also one of my good friends, he didn't even know that I knew Carrie, and he's like, yo, bro, because he's now on the health chip, totally transformed. He's all swollen and stuff. He's like, yo, man, they've got some amazing ice cream. It's all organic. So if you're a vegan, all natural, ingredients. And so he was hyping up the place without even knowing that I knew her. And so she's not only a model, world-class chef, she's also an entrepreneur. And so that's one of the best ice cream parlors, if not the best ice cream in all of Panama. That's what people tell me without even knowing that I know her. And I've been talking about food a lot in this video, but I got one more spot for you. If you want like the best fried fish in town, like literally the New York Times wrote an article on this place. And so I've been seeing my man here since like 2014. I used to come here with my boy Javier and a whole bunch of the crew. And so I came back with Carrie to enjoy. And so what's happened with this area, it's kind of like iffy. It's not the safest neighborhood in the world, but they have some of the best food. And that neighborhood is also, getting a lot better. I wouldn't recommend going there too late at night, but if you go there during the day, you're good, no problem. But enough about food. One of the things that I enjoy the most in the entire world is water, and I like the bluest of blue waters. And so one of the best islands, not only in Panama, but in the world, is Contadora. And so how do you get there from Panama City? You can either take a boat, which takes a little bit over an hour, or you can charter a little plane. And so that's what we did. Cost about I think it was $700 or so. And so it's $100 a person, and that's round trip. And that only takes us 20 minutes. So you're literally in Panama City to one of the most beautiful islands in the entire world within 20 minutes. And so we went there, the white sand beaches, the vibes, the music, the food on the city. We took the cooler. I was like, yo, this is what dreams are made of. I couldn't recommend, even if you're going for a quick day trip or you spend a couple days, you cannot miss Contadora because it's literally one of the best islands in the world and it's not too far, from Panama City. So you can't play all day, right? So a lot of people know that I have like a Facebook marketing agency, right? So you can't just play all day, you gotta work. So when I'm in my Airbnb, I'm still working, and then it just looks like I play all day when I'm making these videos. But Panama is also known for being like a business capital within the Central America region. They have a lot of world-class hotels, and they have a lot of rooms. They have conference centers, they have good transportation. Uber there is, it's off the hook. That's another good thing. Like, it's so cheap to take Uber, within the city, and hotel prices are pretty good. Like $100 a night or so, $130, $140 will get you a really nice 4 or even 5-star hotel. So one of the things people have been asking me, they're like, yo, Jabril, I see you traveling all around the world. You've been doing it nonstop for like 7 years. How do you do it? And I was like, me, I have a Facebook social media marketing agency. But the way I do it is just one way. I have friends who are like Instagrammers, and they make like 6 figures doing Instagram. I have friends who blog. I have other friends who, trade stocks. I have other friends who are in graphic design. And there's so many different ways. And the digital nomad trend where you work and you travel is getting bigger and bigger every day. So one of the things I've wanted to do is bring people together. And because of the connections and everything that I have in Panama and how much I love this city and how close it is approximately to North America, let me specify that. I wanted to do an event here and bring people together so where they can learn, network, and come together with everyone in the digital nomad space, because no one's really doing anything like that. And I thought Panama would be a great place. So what you're gonna wanna do, there's a link in the description, and so there's a place where you can kind of find out more information. I don't have the dates and all the specific details, but once you go to the website, opt in, and then you'll get on, you'll be put on the waiting list, and then from there, you'll get all the details when it's coming up. But if I'm estimating, it's probably gonna be in 2018, and I'm telling you, I can't wait. So, but enough about that. It's gonna be world class. It's gonna be awesome. We'll have a bunch of other cool activities. But anyways, back to Panama. I'm just looking forward to meeting a lot of you as well. But yeah, all I can say is I love this place so much because of the love, that I've received and the whole Passport Heavy crew. And I have so many friends here. Like I was talking about Jay Matos, we got Ana Perez, Kaya Sayete, man, I know of Alejandro, also one of the coolest people that I've known, really made so many things happen for me within the city. I know I'm forgetting a whole bunch of people, so I'm just gonna stop naming names now. And so, but that's what makes it special every time that I come to the city. And here's a cool thing that we also have. We have quite a few videos sitting in this stash, and I'm gonna be releasing those soon for you guys. So Carnavales in Tablas, we'll be releasing that soon. Some of the top hotels in Panama. Pero, cállate! Now, some of the best hotels and a lot of activities and some of the coolest things that I've done in Panama. Make sure you subscribe. Those will be dropping soon. All I gotta say is thank you so much. Parima que sopa. And then like I do at the end of every video, shout out to the man behind the camera right now, Mr. JP Salt Bay Poppy, for shooting and editing, pretty much this whole video. Maria Marianne for helping put this trip together. Carrie, I appreciate you showing us around the city and showing so much love. And everyone else who was a part of this video. And oh yeah, that man on the music, Isaiah McNeil. Thank you for, everyone's always asking, where's that music come from? Yo, it's the man out in Jersey, Isaiah McNeil. Custom music for the Passport Heavy squad. But yo, I'm out of here, and if you want to hit any of us up, you'll see all our Instagrams, all our handles. Feel free, show that love, and when you see this video, only thing I ask, man, show that love. Pero, silencio. No, interrupting the video. You want to come say hello? You can come back in the video now. But no, I just say, thank you for all the love. I'm out of here, and make sure that you subscribe. We've got these videos coming, plus so many others. And yo, I'm out of here. Peace. I don't know if I've ever been more excited to bring you a passport-heavy episode. And a little disclaimer, I'm not actually hosting this one. It's my brother, Mr. Abnormal Fitness, Fufu Meat. And so we had a trip in December planned to go to Nigeria, Lagos. And so unfortunately, I fell sick. I didn't get to go, but my brother still went on this trip. And so all my friends were still going, my cousin Malik, my Waves crew, and so many more. And so Fuad went ahead and made this video himself. So cut him a little slack. It's not the typical passport-heavy cinematic video, but he did an amazing job, super engaging. I said, we still need to drop this on this passport-heavy channel. So December in Nigeria is like no other place. It's literally like one of the best places in the world to be. And so that's what my brother captured. And so I'm not gonna talk too much longer. I'm gonna let my brother take it away, and make sure you show him some love in the comments. And if you want him to host more videos, let him know in the comments. And anyways, like I said, I'm not gonna talk much longer. Fuad, take it away.
When you hear Africa, what's the first thing that you think of? My guess is that it's probably not this, it's most likely not this, and it's definitely not this. If all of your information and knowledge of Africa is coming from mainstream old school media, you're probably thinking all of Africa is like this. Well, after watching this video, you're gonna see why we are proud to call ourselves African.
Welcome to Lagos, Nigeria. I'm Malik Berry.
Something you need to know about Lagos, especially when it comes to it's free. You go there for me, so my love. Cause every night you be, my life, pay for me, my love. Cause every night you be, my life, gotta go wait for you, wait for you, wait for you, wait for you. Gotta go wait for you, wait for you, wait for you. Even if you get that's the spirit. That's the
Alright, so before you guys actually jump into the video, I know in this whole entire video I have crust all on my lip, my shirt is dirty, there's stuff all on my face. I know this, but this video literally took me like more than a month to make, and I didn't want to have to shoot that whole thing over again and make you guys wait even longer. So I know about the crust, guys. Don't let me know in the comments, but you still can let me know, but I also know. So just letting y'all know that I know. Even if you've never been to Nigeria, I can almost guarantee you that you've at least heard, seen,
I will cut you! I will cut you!
tasted, felt, or experienced some type of Nigerian influence. So in this video, I'll be breaking down a bunch of different reasons why you need to visit West Africa, and more specifically Nigeria, in December, and why it's one of the best places in the world to be during this time of year. And so I asked the question of why Africa, West Africa, whatever you want to call it, is the best place in the world to be in December.
That the word infanti or treat for New Year, or this time of year, this celebratory holiday time, literally means party. Bronya.
Party.
It's like, makes you get all hyped up. Fantastic.
It's amazing, man. You know, it's the best place to be in the world during December. The party capital of the world during December. Amazing. It's just good vibes, non-stop.
True.
Catch up if you can.
Everyone's here and we're having fun. Turn up.
To be here on the ground and to get a sense of where we've come from and what we can do to help, as you've alluded to, I'm most excited about that because I think there's a ton that we can all do collectively to impact the content.
It's something you need to know about Lagos, especially when it comes to December. There's freedom to party. There's freedom to unleash, unwind, interact with so many people. Everything about Lagos during December is just very special. It's organic. And that's why you find most people all over the world that are Nigerians or Africa. The vibe is very attractive, very pulling, you know. And I'm sure, as you can see, you've gone around yourself and you can feel the vibe, the energy. You just want to go back home.
That's the spirit. That's the spirit of Lagos in December.
So my name is Fuad Agoro. I'm a digital marketer, a digital nomad, and I've been traveling the world for the last 6 years non-stop. And this whole trip came about because of my brother Jabril. So my brother Jabril is the whole reason I've been traveling the world this last 6 years. And he's influenced so many different people around the globe in so many different ways. But one of the main ways that people know him from the outside is from his content. So we do videos all over the world. We've done videos in Colombia, Panama, Thailand, and we do it in places that have big misconceptions. So Colombia was one of the biggest ones that we did. So a lot of people were just afraid to go to Colombia because they watch Narcos and they think, oh, Pablo Escobar is still running it. I'm gonna get shot in the head if I go there. It's just cocaine and all this dangerous stuff. But we show what it's actually like. Along with all the amazing marketing work that he does, he was able to connect with some amazing people, and that was the whole reason this trip came about. So we were supposed to film this big, huge production in Lagos and going to Ghana right after, but he couldn't make it just because of some things that were going on. So I actually did the filming. So don't expect some passport heavy type quality here. I'm still learning. I'm still on the basics. I'm still shooting in auto. But I wanted to do my best to tell the story of Nigeria and tell the story of Lagos and tell the story of West Africa and why people tend to come home during December and why it's one of the best places in the world to be. So that's what you can expect to see in this video. And so with that being said, you know that I've traveled. I've been to places like Ukraine. I've been to Thailand, been to Indonesia. I've been to Sri Lanka. I've been to Colombia, Panama, all of these places. So you would only expect that during all of these years of travel that I would have made my way to Nigeria or at least to Africa. Well, this hasn't been the case up until this trip right now. So this trip has been pending literally my whole entire life. Both of my parents are from Nigeria, from the Lagos area. And this trip has like come and gone so many different times, but it just never happened. So I had to make sure that this trip happened this time. And oh boy, was I so glad that I made it here for this trip. And a little bit about me, I was actually born in London, England, but like I said, both of my parents are from Nigeria. So me and my brother, we were born in London. And then me, my brother, and my mom moved to Chicago. When I was about 6, my brother was about 9 years old. But obviously, we still have so much family that's in Nigeria. And that's one of the big reasons that pulled me to coming there, and it's one of the main reasons that a lot of people come home during this time. And this brings me to point number 1 of why you need to visit Lagos during December, and that is family.
Out here with the family. It's been too long. Yeah? Been too long. Out here.
Now, even if you're not Nigerian, even if you have no ties to a Nigerian family, I'm sure you have at least one friend or one person that you know that is. And that's all you really need in order to have a good time here in December. Being the 7th most populated country in the world, you can only imagine the type of influx of people that comes into this amazing land during this time. In December, Lagos is insane, it's nuts. Literally everyone and their mama is home in Lagos during December, and you can tell by the traffic. So my cousin Akeem actually picked me up from the airport. I called him before. I'm like, yo, I don't know what's going on here. I was a little nervous. I heard all these stories about customs and how they're gonna try to take your money and all this stuff. So I'm like, yo, you gotta meet me at the airport. But the crazy thing was, like on my last leg, going to Lagos, flying into Lagos, I had a stopover in Dubai, and I'm walking up to the line, about to get in line to board the plane, and I'm just looking, I'm like, oh snap, Nancy? So my friend Nancy, who I met obviously through my brother Jabril, she was getting on the same flight, and I'm like, what, you going to Lagos? You go to Lagos? We go to Lagos? Like, it was so crazy. We were on the same flight at the same time and had no idea about it. So Nancy has done so many amazing things. She's worked for some of the biggest companies in the world. But the dopest thing about her is how cool she is. Like, she's one of the most down-to-earth people you ever meet. So I just had such good energy going into Lagos, knowing like one of my really good friends was going to be there at the exact same time randomly. Even though it's super random that me and Nancy happened to be on the same flight flying into Lagos and we had no idea, it's so likely that you will run into someone that you know if you go to Lagos in December or West Africa in December. It's just that everyone is there. Like, so many people I ran into that I had no idea that were coming, that I've met all over the world, and I just happened to meet up with them because we're in Lagos in December. So me and my cousin Akeem, we're chilling in Lekki Phase 1 for the night, which is a really nice neighborhood in Lagos, until my superstar cousin Malik Berry was coming into town the next day because he had a show in a different country that day. I forgot exactly where it was, but he was doing a show out of town and he was coming back the next day. So if you don't know who my cousin is, obviously he's my cousin first and foremost, but most people know him because of his musical talent. So he's a big producer and he's also his own artist. He has some of the biggest hits in the world, and he's definitely one of the biggest Afrobeats artists in the world. So you can only imagine the type of energy that he attracts when he's here in Nigeria, and more specifically Lagos. So that brings me to the second reason of why you need to visit West Africa, or more specifically Lagos, that I'm talking about in this video during December, and that is the homecoming. So everyone and their mama is coming home during this time, and with all of these people, you can only expect to have some superstars and some really influential people coming home. So it's not just parties and family that people are coming down to Lagos in December for. People are actually coming down here to make things happen and to network. And I was fortunate enough to be taken in by the West African Voltron Group, which is made up of some of the most powerful people in the world. I'm talking about actors and actresses.
What are you doing out here?
I got a job singing in Reno tomorrow. Don't
Know better, do better. Throw, had to put him in his lane. And my new job was trying to fund my benefits, and I was like, blam.
Politicians.
Mr. William Opeyemi Jawanda.
CEOs.
Rosenberg, give it up for my bro Abiola OK one time right now. OK Africa.
Founders of some of the biggest groups and movements in the world.
What we need now more than ever is a human rights movement that challenges systemic racism in every single context.
Our favorite award-winning teacher of financial empowerment, the budgetnista Tiffany Alicia.
And so many other influential people that just happen to come out of West Africa. And my brother's actually a part of this group, so that's why I was able to be with them during this trip. And I can tell you, like, these type of people are people that you know. Like, they've been in movies that you've seen. They're the top of the biggest companies in the world. These people have definitely had an impact in your life one way or another, even if you didn't know it.
Uber is trying to move past recent scandals and the resignation of CEO Travis Kalanick. The ride-hailing giant hired Bozoma St. John, remember that name, as its chief brand officer last month to help turn around the $68 billion company.
And I was fortunate enough to be with this group during my time here in Lagos. So being with this amazing group of influential people, some of the most influential people in the world, it was only right that we stayed in one of the dopest places in all of West Africa. And this brings me to the next topic, which will be accommodations. So I already told you about Lekki Phase 1 and the house I was staying at with Akeem and that my cousin Malik was going to. Alright, so dropped the bags off at the crib. Now we at Nancy's friend's crib. This place is crazy. Check it out. Check out the place real quick. So we upstairs, got the dope artwork. The TV, just like a little chill area. Got like a few bedrooms in that. I ain't gonna take you in the bedrooms, but it's like 4 up here, I think. Yeah, look at this artwork. Oh. This place was crazy, super dope, super fresh, super modern. So this is the place that I was staying with the West African Voltron crew. And this place, they call it the New Dubai. And this is why they call it that. So I was staying in this place for over a week, and anytime I brought anyone here, anyone from my friends to my family to anyone that Malik or anyone else knew, they would just be like, would you say this is the biggest pool you've seen in
This is the biggest pool I've ever seen in my life.
and jeez, wait, ever in any country, any continent?
Yes. I mean, I don't go to the Olympics, so I don't know.
This is the baddest apartment I've ever seen in Africa. On record.
Especially like the Uber drivers and the taxi drivers, whenever they came by, they're just like, what is this place now? You know we're on top of the Atlantic Ocean. So Echo Atlantic is actually built on top of the Atlantic Ocean. And a lot of people like did not know about this place, even if they lived in Lagos like their whole life. They just never really saw what was going on behind the construction walls. And when they enter this place, they get to this property, they're just like, oh man, this is mad. This is mad. And so through the Waves group, we're actually able to get this place thanks to Airbnb. Justina was actually the first person that I met and I was talking to that actually took care of me while I was here in Echo Atlantic. So thank you so much, Justina. And everyone else in the Waves group was super helpful. But if you're looking to go to Echo Atlantic, if you want to stay here, if you want to get information, make sure that you get in contact with Patrick. So anytime someone comes here, they're gonna meet you, right?
Yeah, they meet me, meet my staff. Jitaku, just so you want an apartment by Jitaku.
Yeah.
2-bedroom, 3-bedroom apartments.
So you
best
guys-
apartments in Lagos, Nigeria.
Malik said, as everyone said that came here, like they've never seen anything like it. Like, oh man.
I've seen some nice places in Lagos, but this is like,
Yeah.
yeah, man. this is definitely #1 up there for me.
He's the one that facilitated everything once we're there. He's super polite. He's super on the ball. So anytime you message him, like almost any time of the day, he'll get back to you. So yeah, if you're looking to book this place while you're here in Lagos, make sure you hit up Patrick. And thank you so much to Airbnb for hosting us during this stay. We had such an amazing time. Like I just couldn't give you the right words to explain the experience that I had here. Alright, so now let's talk about something that we all need in our lives. I'm talking about food. So I know I'm gonna be very biased in saying this, but in my opinion, Nigerian food is the best food in the whole entire world. And I know people like to debate about this whole Jello rice thing.
Jollof is big.
Once you taste it, you feel the soul of Africa.
Jollof is what brings West Africans apart.
Africa is Mufasa and Jollof is Simba.
Seriously.
Okay?
You lift it up in the morning. Every morning,
Yeah, to all you Ghanaian people out there, I'm not saying your stuff is bad. I'm not saying that at all. It's just that Nigerian jollof is the greatest, and I'll just end it right there. But I can honestly say, like in my opinion, like my mom's cooking is some of the best cooking I've ever had in my entire life, and like a lot of times people just say that, but it's actually how I feel. So I was so excited to try food while I was down here in Lagos. Just because I know of the history and the culture of the food. Like, oh boy, was excited. Shout outs to moms, man, holding it down. Love you, mama. And sadly, during this trip, we just weren't home a lot because I was going to a lot of shows and parties and events with my cousin Malik, or I was out with the Waves group. So I didn't actually get to get any home cooking my whole time here, but I did visit a bunch of different restaurants, and I want to show you some of those right now. So literally from the first night that I was in Lagos, my friend Nancy is like, you have to have some suya. Like, I think I heard of suya before. I'm not sure if I ever had it. But everyone was talking about suya when I got to Lagos, and like I was trying my hardest to find it pretty much the whole time I was there. The first night we couldn't actually find it, and then I kind of forgot about it for a few days, but then it actually came to be. I forgot who from the Waves group actually bought it. So they were down by the pool and they're like, yo, we got the suya down here, where y'all at? And I was like, so I was running to get this stuff. And then my friend Bookie, she actually brought some suya for me and my cousins as well. And thank you so much for that. And then I forgot the name of the place she brought it from, but I'll probably write it on the screen. But they're saying this is the place that you have to get it from. Like, it's wrapped in newspaper, and like it's actually like from the place that you really need to get it from. It's like the authentic suya. And this stuff, shout outs to my boy Darnell, was banging.
Talk about suya for about a week.
Finally, I have the opportunity to try it, and it's worth it.
There's one I'll show you.
So usually, apparently, people are eating the suya after the club.
Because they have a farm, so
but even now, it's what? It's 6 p.m. It's delicious. I can imagine after the club.
One really nice place, like probably one of the nicest places that I went to eat, was this place called Shiro. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. So Shiro is an Asian cuisine place, I believe. Like, I don't think it's specific. I don't think it's just Thai or just Chinese or just Japanese. I think it's all type of Asian foods. And I had a lot of Thai food while I was here. And it was really good. But the most impressive thing about Shiro, in my opinion, even though the food is really great, was just the whole decor. Like, as soon as you walk in, they got a big sign that you can take pictures in front of, and then just like the whole ambiance of the place. They got like chandeliers, they got all of this dope stuff around, and then they got the outside bit, which is really nice. So right on the other side of the outside bit is the actual beach, so you can like walk on the beach while you're waiting for your food. And they have a bunch of events here and all this different stuff. So it's a really dope place to be with some really good food. So if you ever wanted to sit down for a nice meal, Shiro is a really good place to go. All right, and another place that I actually went with Bookie was a place called Ocean Basket. So I believe this is in VI in Victoria Island. And if you're American watching, like, I would kind of compare it to like an Applebee's, but kind of more of a seafood themed Applebee's. If you're in England, I would kind of compare it to Wetherspoons, but just a little bit more upscale than these establishments. But yeah, some really good food at some really good cost, and it's nice. You can like sit on top of the balcony and all that stuff and just enjoy your food. Enjoy your food. I said feud. It's food. Oh, and one of the last places that I got to eat during my time here in Lagos was this place called Terra Culture. I hope I'm saying it right. And the inside of Terra Culture is really interesting because like right when you walk in, I don't know if it's every night, but when I got there was like a band playing, and then it's got this really cool like staircase thing that leads upstairs. And connected to the buildings, actually this, I believe it's an art gallery or some type of art display thing that goes on there. And then upstairs they have an actual art gallery. They have art pieces that you can see and everything. And the food is really good. And this is the first time I had amala when I was in Nigeria. I think I've had it before. But I'm one of those like basic Nigerians. I normally just eat jollof rice and chicken or beef and plantain and all that stuff. Like, I don't eat too much fufu, even though that's my nickname, and all this other stuff. I'm normally just like, yeah, I'll take the jollof, the plantain, and yeah. But I had to have some amala before I left. And one really good thing that I had no idea about, I don't even think I heard of before, was Chapman. So it's like this red drink. I'm not exactly sure what's in it, but it's like kind of fruity. It might be mixed with like iced tea or something like that. But like, I was sitting at the table and they're like, I'm like, what's that drink? I was like talking to these people, like, oh, it's Chapman. I'm like, huh? They're like, it's Chapman. I was like, what's Chapman? Like, I had no idea what it was. I thought it was pretty funny how they looked at me like, you don't know what Chapman is? So for all you people watching, you should know what Chapman is before you go there. So let me tell you about this place called Belgium. So this was more towards the mainland. It wasn't in Victoria Island or anything like that. But like from the sounds of it, like my cousin Malik and my other cousin Akeem, like they were just like, oh boy, like this is some good stuff. So I heard that Belgium is the real deal. So for all my Americans out there, like you can only imagine, like when you go to Taco Bell, you're only gonna get a certain quality. You're only gonna get the super reproduced, inauthentic type of tacos. But it's like when your mama's cooking them tacos, or when your mama's cooking that home cooked meal, like you know it's the real deal. Or you go to that little La Tienda and get that real food. Like this is what it is. This is what that real home cooking is like in a restaurant. I could just tell from Malik and Akeem's faces, like when they're eating this food, like it was just like one of those, like those meals where you just don't talk, like you're just in there just like like all these emotions are just going through your head and your body, and you're just like overtaken by the power of the amala. Like that's what happened when they went to Belgium. So if you want that real deal authentic Nigerian food, you want to come to Belgium. Alright, so now let's talk about what I spent most of my time doing while I was here in Nigeria, and that is concerts. Now, like I mentioned before in this video, everyone and their mama comes home during this time. And this includes musicians and artists. So like literally every single night I was out with Malik, and I seen everyone from Skepta to Burna Boy to YC to Wizkid and so many other people. And it's not just the Afrobeats artists that are out here during this time and like Nigerian born artists. Also like Lil Baby was here. He did a show with Davido, I believe.
Yeah, big dog.
Straight from Gwinnett to Lagos.
And I'm sure there's a bunch of other people that came and performed that were just there enjoying their time down here in Lagos in December. Like, it's the place to be in December, if I haven't mentioned it enough by now. And all of these shows were so much fun. There's so much different energy that I got to see and be a part of being at these shows. And yeah, these concerts were so much fun. I just want to give you a little snippet of all of these different shows and concerts that I went to. Barry, what you saying? Where we going, bro? Where we going, bro?
We're going to vote.
Hey.
Yeah, I vote.
Hey. Hey.
Go let the beat drop. Yeah, very fun this. Get cool with the head now. To the early, yeah.
Whoa, what we doing though?
You guys give me 1 minute to get ready.
Where we at?
Echo Hotel Live.
Echo Miami?
Echo Miami.
Hey. That's where we going? Yeah. What you say, Barry?
All the way to
Alright, so we outside the Made in Lego show. Malik's gonna go on like right now. Wiz is next, and then Superstars in the building.
You give me life. When you start to bust the wine, you give me love. Girl, your hands could cause a fight. Don't realize. So you they carry dynamite. You give me life. When you start to wine, my body, your body, yeah.
So with the combination of everyone being home to see their family and no one really having to work during this time, you can only imagine the amount of parties that are being thrown during this time. Everywhere from house parties to beach parties to actual events. There's so much going on, and I actually got to go to a few pretty dope ones.
Yo, this place is insane. Yo, like I've never been to a place like this. Like Nigeria, Lagos. Like I've never seen a place where like the party can start so late and it just be so normal. Like look at the time right now. Look at the time. I'm still in bed. Like everyone's just on the way to get to this this party. So DJ Tunes is throwing like this party where Wizkid's gonna be there and a bunch of other people and all that stuff. It's like 10 minutes from the place I'm staying right now. But look at the time. Look at the time right now. 1:34 a.m. Yo, they don't play out here with these parties during Christmas. I don't know if it's all year like this, but right now it's like Christmas time, December, whatever. Christmas in Lagos, a mad thing. Before I go, I learned one thing. So my Yoruba and my Pidgin is atrocious, but I learned one thing that everyone says. So like in the States, we would say something like what's poppin' or what's good. Out here they say alpha. Like at first I thought everyone was saying how far. Like I thought everyone was really concerned about how far everyone was, but it's not the case. I'm probably saying it wrong still, but it's something like alpha.
Think that 3.
What you saying? What you saying?
Out here in Lagos, chilling. I know this is gonna go global because I know I'm gonna see on YouTube
all day.
So make me famous
all day.
Hey, Jabril, you're missing out for that.
Yo, what's your IG handle?
My IG handle is Bizzle Oshikoya. Bizzle Osikoya. Follow me now. Lagos is lit.
And then also the restaurant that I talked about, Shiro. So Shiro holds some really dope events, a really nice venue. And yeah, so at this party there was a lot of superstars. So you had P Square here, obviously my cousin Malik, and so another friend that I met here on this trip, Alton. So he's like a model for some of the biggest fashion brands. He does like the runways and like the fashion weeks and all that type of stuff, and he does a whole bunch of other cool stuff. But yeah, but there's so many dope people here that I connected with and that I just saw, and a lot of power players in the house. So the West African Voltron Waves group, they actually came through to the same party. So like I was in between like partying with my cousin Malik and like all of that crew, and then also with the Waves group. And even though these parties are fire, like you will leave like just exhausted, your shirt will be drenched in sweat. Even though these parties are super lit and you cannot miss them, they are nothing compared to a real Nigerian wedding. So my whole idea shooting this video was to make this one long whole video, but after cutting the voiceover, it was gonna be like over an hour, so I didn't want to have to make you guys sit through that entire thing. So what I want to do now is give some big thank yous that I did at the end of the video, but this is the end of this video. So first and foremost, got to give a huge shout out to my brother Jabril. He's the whole reason this whole thing happened. Huge shout out to Malik for hosting me pretty much the whole time, taking care of me, doing pretty much everything and beyond for me on this trip to make it special. Thank you to Moyinwa, Bankuli, Zamani, Akeem, DJ Ferrari Frost, Junior. All you guys like really took care of the boy. I really appreciate each and every one of you. Nancy and Bookie, you guys also took care of me. Like I've had some good times with you guys going out and exploring. And also big shout out to the Waves Voltron group. I would not have been able to do like half of the things I was during my time here in Lagos if it wasn't for you guys, so thank you so much. So watch out for part 2. Part 2 we got coming real soon, and this is where I'm breaking down the beaches, I'm breaking down the art, the history, and the whole story behind Lagos. It's not just a place to come and party and do all that stuff. Even though it is one of the best places in the world to do that in December, there's so much more to that. There's so much history to Lagos, and that's what I want to show you guys in the second video, so watch out for that. And just to make sure, if you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you hit that notification bell, and if you're watching on Facebook, hit that like button, so as soon as I drop this video, you guys will be first to be notified. That's it. I don't want to make this video any longer, but thank you guys so much. I'm out. Peace.
Crazy, right? And so he's got me so gassed for December in Lagos this year. Make sure you come out. Also Ghana. And so we're all pulling up even deeper this year. And you know we're gonna make a Passport Heavy movie. And so make sure you subscribe. Part 2 is on the way soon. And like I said, go show that boy, Mr. Fufu, Abnormal Fitness some love. Anyways, I'm out of here. I hope you enjoyed. Peace.
Hi everyone, welcome to Afro Club Life, now showing on NoireTV, on Verizon, Fios channel 269, and Optimum Cable channel 1100. Watch Afro Club Life on NoireTV, where we spotlight the best lounges and clubs in multiple cities around the world. Hear directly from the club promoters in multiple cities in the USA and around the world. Watch promoters and their events in cities like Atlanta, New York, New Jersey, Chicago, and Los Angeles. Now showing on NoireTV channel 269, on Verizon, Fios channel 1100, and Optimum Cablevision, on NoireTV.com, on Android and iOS devices.
Baby, follow my command, like zombie. Go down on me, oh, with your coca body. Follow my command, like zombie. Go down on me, oh, with your coca body. Cause this your milky for front enough for me. Hold on for me, I no go do me corny. And if you're milky na fighty, I saw me to look. Gelato honey, oh baby, sumoyo deep. Baby, gonna waka waka when you enter my licha. Baby, gonna will you give me sugar, wahala. Macho Mona Lisa, 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 Macho Mona Lisa. Girl, I'll be foolish if I don't let you indulge me. Your lips like poison, I'll take my chance with you. You're in denial, I'll show you I'm loyal. You want that bomb way down like tsunami or Would you hold me down in the gonna waka waka when you enter my licha. Baby, gonna will you give me sugar, wahala. Macho Mona Lisa, 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 Macho Mona Lisa.
Baby, my Valentine. Can I hit the Mickey with the temperature? If you leave me a good time, I swear you are like the oxygen I need to survive. I'll be honest, loving the thought of me. I am so obsessed. I want to chop your heart. Never did it back and it's real. Open up, make us feel. Give me love, one thing. Me make a bad man sing. But then I follow come, don't be silly, God. I got the finish work. Without you, I could feel lose my mind. Without you, I could feel fall and die. Without you, I could give up my life. Without you, never did it back and it's real. Open up, make us feel. Give me love, one thing. Let me make a bad man sing.
Live on NoireTV channel 269. We outside, right here at the Blackout with DJ 2. Whiskey gonna be outside. I'm trying to tell you right now, we're on NoireTV and we're fucking on with Afro Club Live. Alright?
God. We are go, we go, you go know. All of the blessings fall on my yard. Blessings stay for my yard, And like a that, you go be, you go see, you go feel because the blessings fall on my yard. Blessings fall on my yard, That's why I sip my alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, don't disturb me, cha. I sip my alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, don't disturb me, cha. Too many problems. I finna run away, but I will go solve them. Too many bad men and not enough friends. Lord save me, don't wanna lose my conscience. I just wanna dance under the sunset. Make nobody stop my enjoyment. Oh. No. That's why I sip my alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, not disturb me, cha. I sip my alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, not disturb me, cha.
London.
I'm feeling vibes on vibes. I'm a ticking dynamite. I blow your candle lights. You know I'm just that type. No, them no fit kill my vibe. Them no fit kill my vibe. Them no fit kill. Them no fit kill. Them no fit kill my. Wise man said, follow the stars. Yeah, you shall find a piece of advice. If you hit your enemies, enemies shine. If you're not a friend of me, enter the light. Cause you can never kill my vibe. Got here with no sacrifices. Everything was taken, still had to make it. Vibe killer, me I no go take shit. Vibe killer, bloody somebody time. Protect my energy from your bad aura. Let my pastor say I be my healer, everything I desire. I go receive my rhythm, flow like a river. If you get yawa, come on go and sit down. I go just para, come off my jigger. I go just follow my dream. I'm feeling vibes on vibes. I'm a ticking dynamite. I blow your candle lights. You know I'm just that type. No, them no fit kill my vibe. Them no fit kill my vibe. You no fit kill. You no fit kill. You no fit kill my vibe. I see you watching my stories. I see you gauging my lifestyle. I see you watching my movements. This bad bitch bad every day. I know they look at your face. Bad man bad every day. Get on your knees and pray till you regain your faith. Vibe killer, bloody somebody time. Protect my energy from your bad aura. Let my pastor say I be my healer, everything I desire. I go receive my rhythm, flow like a river. If you get yawa, come on go and sit down. I go just para, come off my jigger. I go just follow my dream. I'm feeling vibes on vibes. I'm a ticking dynamite. I blow your candle lights. You know I'm just that type. No, them no fit kill my vibe. Them no fit kill my vibe. You no fit kill. You no fit kill. You no fit kill my vibe.
in New York. I'm coming to motherfucking DC to do this shit, I swear to God. Hey, Tunes! Whoever said New York is city and DC will ever link up. Y'all understand? DJ Tunes said Miami. This shit like 10 years strong. That's facts though. Hey Tunes, I'm gonna drink tonight, nigga. It's Bilal's birthday. I never get no break. Hey Tunes, I need a break tonight, nigga. It's a blackout party. For TV, you got your own bank account, right? Ruby, you got your own bank account, right? Can't get money. And Tunes, we gonna drink it. Now you got the DJ booth, we gonna sing. Tunes in DC. One thing about Tunes, you gonna keep them shades off till he dies. Turn the lights back on. Keep it on black. Layman. Go to the bar and take a shot. Don't turn the lights back on tonight. Enjoy the rest of your night. This is my vibe right here. Hey Sam, I wanna go crazy. Hey Quack, tell Sam I wanna go crazy. I got some Virgos around me tonight. Somebody say this is the cultural fest right here. Get up. Hey Sam, you gotta do that one time. You gotta do that one time. Stop comparing me to these other niggas. My first time saying this on the mic. It's officially my birthday in this bitch, so me, what's up? If you celebrate your birthday right now, make some motherfucking noise in that building one time. Hey DJ Tunes, it's an all motherfucking black party, nigga. Let the crowd hit the whiskey, nigga, let's go.
Let me warm up my real quick. Shout out to Sam Miami. DC. Starboys in the building, you see what time it is. Here we go. Oh, we see my brother. Before I get to Weezy, I'm gonna tell this shit off. Let's do it. Nigga, I heard it came to now. I stand Miami because you see what it is. DJ Tunes back out DC. Tonight, there's only one thing I'm doing at the end of tonight. Listen. Check it to this is one thing I'm doing tonight. Listen, ladies. Upstairs, keep it in this one. Upstairs, downstairs. What we doing tonight? Sam, I am DJ Tunes. Blackout DC.
Hi everyone. Welcome to Afro Club Life, now showing on NoireTV, on Verizon, Fios Channel 269, and Optimum Cable Channel 1100. Watch Afro Club Life on NoireTV, where we spotlight the best lounges and clubs in multiple cities around the world. Hear directly from the club promoters in multiple cities in the USA and around the world. Watch promoters and their events in cities like Atlanta, New York, New Jersey, Chicago, and Los Angeles. Now showing on NoireTV, Channel 269, on Verizon, Fios, Channel 1100, and Optimum Cablevision, on NoireTV.com, on Android and iOS devices.
If there's one thing in life that I don't like feeling, it's poor. It doesn't matter if it's spiritually, emotionally, financially. And so in life, growing up in Chicago, the biggest dream for me and my boys was to either go to Miami, go to Vegas, and do it big. And now there's one way to feel poor really quickly, is doing Miami or Vegas right. But the thing is, you know, coming from Chicago, it's cold, you don't really have like that tropical weather. So it's always been a dream of ours to go down to Miami. And so when I started looking at the prices to do Miami right, I'm not talking about cheaping out, I'm talking about doing it like celeb status, right? Like you see in the movies. I was like, yo, the way my bank account's set up, that's not gonna work. So I started looking at alternative options, right? And so what I've done in this video is I've done basically a price comparison between doing 2 weeks right in Bali, Indonesia versus Miami. And I'm gonna be breaking it down from everything from food, accommodation, activities, how much does it cost to fly from Chicago to Bali, and basically all of that combined. And not only that, breaking down different budgets, right? So are you making like 40,000 a year? Are you more in like the 80,000 a year? Or are you making maybe $250,000 and up a year and you can afford some different options? So I'm breaking that all down in this video. Come ride with your boy. I'm about to take you through Bali in a way that you've never seen before. Let's get it.
Yeah, we taking trips around the world.
Let me take the lead.
Alright, vacation, baby. Passion, shoot 7.
Around the world, hey, word on the street, what a guan is. I heard you a single man. You know what I like, I don't know shy. You know what you need to do. Baby, Canada, I can even take you there. Maybe we go China. Let us go around the world.
So while I'm going to be talking about a 2-week adventure, I've been coming to Bali for years. If you know anything about Bali, I've been going to Canggu before they had stop signs and traffic lights. And so I've been living here up to 6 months at a time as well. So I know a few things and I want to explain to you some of the cultural differences so you understand it. So if you're even going to like London or Europe, you pretty much have a cultural understanding of what's acceptable and what's not. In Asia, it's a little bit different. So there's just simple things that can make all the difference for you. In Asian culture, they are very like respectful. They have respect for, you know, the elders, right? Respect elders. Respect is everywhere. It doesn't matter if you're in Thailand, you know, with the king. In Bali, just respect is a huge thing for the culture. And then they also have different religions, right? So you'll see things all around the city and it looks beautiful. I love looking at it. And so most people in Bali are Hindu. About 90% Hindu, 10% Muslim. And then if you go down to the islands, though, more of like the Lombok area, down in Gili Islands, they're mostly Muslim. And so there are different, you know, like I said, different cultural differences. Also, when you enter, if someone invites you to their house, take off your shoes. It's like, it doesn't even matter if, pretty much everywhere except Western culture. If you're in an African household, if you're in pretty much any Asian culture, take off your shoes when entering the home. So one of the things people like to do, no matter where they're at around the world, is have fun. And now there's certain things that are not accepted in certain cultures. So like in Muslim culture, alcohol is like really forbidden. In other cultures, like smoking weed is legal, and in other countries that it's not. And so in Asia, pretty much no drugs are allowed. Alcohol is fine, but so now if you get caught smoking weed or even doing some X in, you know, United States or European nations, you're not gonna go to prison. It's not accepted in culture, but you're not gonna like destroy your life. Now, one thing that could completely ruin your trip and potentially your life is getting caught, you know, smoking weed or doing any type of drugs in Bali. right? And that can go for any Asian country. Doesn't matter if it's Thailand, Singapore. So just keep that in mind. Drink up, have shisha, do whatever, you know, that is legal. So just kind of be aware of that and have fun. And then, oh, actually one more thing. So on the topic of Miami, right, you'll see women, you know, going down the street in their bikinis, rollerblading, or you'll see dudes with their shirt off if they're in shape, even if they're not. That is not acceptable in Bali. Like if you're on the beach, that's cool, but don't just be rolling around town with, you know, shirtless. Anyways, man, like I said, I'm not gonna make it a lecture. Come ride around with your boy. So the whole crew is out here. Passport Heavy crew was deep. We went to the Uluwatu area. We went to Canggu, and then also Gili Island. And so I'm gonna break down everything for you in this video. And now, so I'm gonna talk about Uluwatu. I haven't spent that much time in my Bali career here, but this is where, if you're a surfer, you know all about Uluwatu already. It's a legendary place on the Bukit Peninsula, right? But now, if you're not a surfer like me, I don't wanna lose my life in the water. I'm not built for them waves. I'm not even gonna pretend like I am. But one thing that I do love is, oh my God, they have some of the best views in the city. And so I stayed in this one place on top of the cliff. It wasn't directly on the water, but I saw the pictures on Airbnb and I was like, oh my God, if it's actually that epic, I'm gonna be impressed. So not only do I have this huge villa, it comes with a staff of 3, and the staff is awesome. They speak English, super friendly. I should try and learn some more Balinese words so I can be a better guest in the country. But they speak English, breakfast is included, and I mean, they have like this pool. It just overlooks like the entire city. I'm just like, where am I at? And like, how much? Like 300, I think it was like 376 bucks a night. And there are 4 huge bedrooms in there. So if you have like 4 couples, that's like 50 bucks a person. Or if you have just like 4 girls and you're taking a girls trip, like 100 bucks a night, or a guy's trip, 100 bucks a night for this place with breakfast included. And the staff of 3 stay like 9 to 5 with you. So if you need anything, you know, they take care of you. And now, how do you get around the area of Uluwatu? You can run a motorbike anywhere from like 50 to 70,000 for like a little scooter. And so here's one thing, word to the wise, make sure that you wear a helmet. I don't want to sound like a mom or a dad, but I've seen so many people like ruin their trip by ending up in a hospital, or even worse, lose their lives. And it's most of the time it's avoidable if you actually just kind of chill out a bit, enjoy your vacation. For us, we had a private driver. A driver for the whole day is like 45 bucks, about 600,000 rupiah. And so when we arrived at the airport, just straight to Uluwatu, it was about 250,000 rupiah, which is about, I think about $18 or so. And so the guy had the name ready for me. I was like looking around, I was like, yo, where's the guy? And then like he was right there, took us straight to the villa. And now before I would take Uber, I'll tell you this, I love Uber, but here in Bali, they don't play that. A lot of areas, they're like, you messing with our money. Uber is not allowed, and so you can only get picked up in certain areas, but they allow you to drop off, and so that's what you can expect for driver. But we had the driver like pretty much every day. It was like 45 bucks a day. I mean, who's complaining? And so, I mean, if you're more on a budget, you're not gonna really do that. You'll be on the scooter. But when you have like that relationship with the driver, they take care of you. I mean, you feel like a superstar. And back home, you'd be like, card declined. It's not happening. And then for food, we went to this one oceanfront spot. I forgot the name of it. Beautiful place. For everyone's meal, it ended up being like 50 bucks for the 3 of us. And then, oh yeah, you'll probably have some dudes that'll come up to you playing some music, and they'll want some money. So if you don't want them to play for you, be like, oh, no, I'm okay. No, I'm okay. Oh, because they will start playing, then they'll be like, hey, can we get some money? And for me, I was like, yo, we in Bali, man. Play some music. Let the vibe. Let's vibe, bro. Let's vibe. And I gave him like 100,000, which is like, I think, 7 bucks or so. If you're not fancy like that and you don't want to spend, $60 for, in Miami, that meal would have, oceanfront would have been probably like 200 bucks plus. But now, maybe you just want a quick bite to eat. They got this spot called Pit Stop, and we went to Pit Stop, and they have them all over the city. Pit Stop is in Uluwatu, Seminyak, and Seminyak is 24 hours a day, and Canggu is open to like midnight. And it's basically McDonald's price. I don't even remember what the exact price was, but basically McDonald's type pricing. One of my favorite things to do in a city or a country when I go is spending some time learning about the history. And there's this one spot, it was like a cultural, historical, basically Balinese history place where you can learn about the traditional dances, the traditional clothing, and just, about Bali in general. And they have this epic like statue that you can see. It was a beautiful place, and an entrance to there was about 140,000 rupiah, which is about $10. It's not the cheapest thing in the world, but once you see the performances and basically everything that goes into making this place, you're like, okay, it's well worth the price of admission. So some of the best things they say in life are free and you can't pay for them. But the only thing that you need in Bali is to pay for the surfboard. So about $14 or so. And then you can ride the waves for as long as you want. And it's one of the best things that you can do, and obviously one of the best exercises. And now my favorite thing is I went to this place in Ulu. The driver took us there. And so I have this friend called Sarah. She knows literally everything about Bali. I've known Sarah since the first time that I came to Bali. She's probably about this tall, but her laugh is hilarious. She's just always laughing, and she just basically made a list of the places that we needed to go. And then she told us about this one beach. She's like, you have to go check it out. I told the driver, he took us there, and then we rolled up. So my man behind the camera right now, Mr. Anthony, it was the first time that he's seen monkeys in real life outside the zoo. He was like, "Ooh, man, you gotta be careful, man. I heard they're vicious, man. They'll tear you up." I was like, yo, chill, man. They're all right. But the thing is, they do steal phones, they steal cameras, water bottles, so watch yourself. But once we got down to the water, oh my God, this place was amazing. And they had like this little cove that you could go inside. People are just chilling out for the whole day. Cost of that, nothing. You know, just bring a blanket. The vibes are good. People are doing flips. If you actually want to know who did the flip, that again was the man behind the camera. But people just got their bikinis on, having a good time, going swimming. The water feels amazing, and it's one of the best things that you can do in the Uluwatu area. So I was just looking up, I was like, how much does it cost to get to Bali round trip? So I just hopped on Expedia just to check out, you know, what are the actual prices. Going to Miami round trip in October is about 250 bucks, you know, not bad. Now going to Bali round trip in October is about $873. So that's what I looked up. It's almost like, it's like triple the price, but the thing is it makes up in other ways. But back to Bali, right? So in Ulu, if you're not doing the villas and you're not a big group, maybe you're just rolling there with your girl. We had some friends in town and they were staying at this place called the Golden Tulip. And this place was beautiful. Like rooftop pool, beautiful rooms, nice restaurant, welcome drinks. Like when you walk in, you know where you can just tell a place is nice, like from the lobby. Like you can tell, like, nah, that's a bummy ass place. Now you walk in, the lobby has like this huge waterfall, and that place was like $40 or so a night. And I was like, yo, if you were a couple, that's 20 bucks a person. So like now if you're doing a villa in Miami, like the place that we had, that would probably be, if that was Miami, about $2,000 a day. Like no joke. Go hop on Airbnb, look up villas out there. It's about $2,000 a month. I mean, $2,000 a night for a similar type of place. And the first place that I stayed ever in Bali was this place called the Bali Dream. This place was incredible. I paid like $40 a night for the regular room because it was just myself. I was like, I don't need a big villa, right? But here's another thing though. There, if you want to experience like that villa life, you can actually do it at the Bali Dream. This is a hotel resort, but for $100 a night, it was about $100 or so, they have like this amazing private villa. Like they have this whole row, and like I think there's like 8 private villas on the property. You have like your private kitchen, you have your private pool, you have this amazing bathroom. But my favorite thing about the Bali Dream is not even the villas, it's the massages. When you roll up to the Bali Dream, for me, half of a massage is like the environment. These rooms here, they've got like the nice bed. If you're doing like couples massage, they have like this bathtub, they have nice showers. Yo, this is life. And like a whole hour massage, like I'm probably getting it wrong, but it's like 25 bucks, maybe 20 bucks. My favorite place in Bali is Canggu by far. Now, they don't have the best beaches, they don't have the best views. You'd be like, Jabril, why do you go there? For the community and the vibes. This is where I live, and it's probably the best place for expats. They have a community there. And then also you have like the local culture, you know, so local people are there. And it's like a nice mix between the two. Cost of living is good there. Like I said, I've been coming here since there wasn't stop signs and traffic lights. And so let's talk about accommodations. My favorite villa that I've ever stayed in my entire life was here in Canggu. So we rolled up, the Airbnb pictures, they looked amazing, but when I rolled up, let me tell you, the pictures did not do this place justice. Like you have 24-hour security, you have like housekeepers, you have chefs, you can order food pretty much like any time of day, like they're there from like 9 o'clock in the morning till like 6 o'clock at night. breakfast is included. If you want massages at the house, like anything that you want. And now the design of the house is something out of like a movie set. I felt like I was on a movie set. I could go on and on about this place. And now here's the kicker. It was only $288 a night. Now I'm not saying $288 a night is cheap, but yo, 3 couples, that's $100 a night. Here you have a whole villa with a whole staff included, and it's like 5-star service. And now let's talk about food. There are so many different restaurants options available. They have a place called Crates where you can roll up, really cool, like $7 you can get breakfast, or if you're going there for lunch, a real cool spot. But now, I want to talk about if you've grown. I feel underdressed when I went to the lawn dressed like this. Here's like you're grown up, it's sexy. It's like, hey, I dress nice, the vibe is nice, it's a family atmosphere. Hey, and I was like, this is so nice. Let me buy a bottle of Moe. And it was like 1.2 million rupees, which was about 90 bucks. Sometimes I like to I was like, hey, it's just one of those vibes. It's just sexy and it's grown. Now, if you want to step it up a bit, about 20 minutes away in a place called Seminac is literally best beach club that I've probably been to in my life. And this place is called Potato Head. It's not to be missed. Yes, it's as touristy as it gets, but the view when you walk up, like the scenery, the decor, everything about this place is amazing. When you leave there, you're like, yo, when are we going back? And now the prices, you can get like a pitcher of a cocktail. I think it's like 50 bucks or so. The food's affordable, like 10 bucks a plate. If you want to pop a bottle of Moe, I think there it was like 1.4 million rupees, so about a little over 100 bucks. And it's like, yo, like the sunsets, it's criminal. If you go there and don't experience sunset, you're doing something wrong. You have like the day beds, the pools, and then the beach right out in front. We met some friends, and then Fua was just running around like, he's got like the 8-pack, and then he met some girls that are like, ooh, how you doing, Fufu, Mr. Abnormal Fitness, hey, hey. And then they're like, I was like, yo, you might as well just run along the beach, get some good footage, and then you just see him running along the beach. Yo, it's always a party when Fufu's around. And so getting around town in Canggu, me and my brother, we like the dirt bikes, we like the Ninjas, we like the custom motorbikes, and those go for, if you're doing it daily, it's about 200,000 rupiah. But now if you want it, most people get around on like the little scooters, right? They get a little surf rack. Those go for about 50,000 rupiah a day. And if you do it a month, it works out to like even 20,000 rupiah a day. Like really, really good price. I'm gonna transition into the place with the best water in like pretty much Indonesia, and that's in the Gili Islands, the Lombok area. Unfortunately now, when we rolled up, it was that we took this boat there. I forgot the price of the boat. Basically, it's 3 hours from Canggu or anywhere on the island. Pretty much, it takes a while to get there because you take like an hour or hour and a half coach or basically a little van, and then you roll up there, and then you take a ferry for like another hour and a half. And every time I've been there before, the weather has been perfect. This time, it was raining cats and dogs. Check the weather before you go, because if you're like us, it rained like the majority of the time that we're there. Every other time, the weather's been perfect. And everything on the island is based around the water. Going yachting, scuba diving, snorkeling, everything is water-based. It looked so depressing. I felt so bad for everyone because some people, it was like their first time. I was like, no, this is not what it's like. The good thing is we had this dope villa. And the colors of this villa was like out of a movie, and it had 4 bedrooms. It wasn't 4 real bedrooms, it was like 2 real bedrooms upstairs, and then downstairs they had, because it was like identical places, and they had 2, basically it was like a living room / bedroom studio downstairs. But I can't recommend, that place enough. The vibes were good, the staffs were good, and we rolled up at this place called the Exile. The vibes were good. It's just like island life. They got the drinks that are flowing, they got the food, and then the best part is like the swings in the water. If you've seen Instagram and you see like that picture, this is pretty much it. But this place is like picture perfect. When the sun's out, you cannot, I promise you cannot do anything better than this. This is what Gili Islands is about. You have like literally horses riding by, and the energy there, when the sun's out, I mean, everyone's just as happy as can be. I mean, you can't ask for much more. The best thing about the Gili Islands is the vibe. It's island life all day. Things to be aware of. It's a small island. You can literally walk around the whole island in a little over an hour. So things like the internet goes out. Water's not always consistent. So be aware of that. You will see insects. You will see ants. You will see all types of animals that you've probably not seen before. And so party life on the island is crazy. Nightlife for days. Restaurants. Yo, you got to go to like the thing is called the Roast House. They have the best chicken on the island. It was so good when we rolled up, they only had one chicken left. I was like, yo, what's going on? I know the chicken's good, but one chicken. But they had a bunch of other food. Vibes were good there. But in closing, yo, Bali is just one of those places I recommend. Like, I'm going back myself for 3 months. I highly recommend it. And so one of the things that I've done is because people always have a bunch of questions. So I have like the links to the Airbnbs. Those are in the description. To pretty much like some of the restaurants that we went to. But we made a whole guide with everything. And you'll see a link in the description where you can download it. And so it's an extensive guide. So you'll see here, right? You've got like the accommodations, you've got restaurants, you've got pretty much everything that you need. And then on top of that, right? Bali is great, but we have literally about 100 different videos to drop from here in Thailand, Bali, Europe, all over the world, and we'll be dropping them passport heavy style. And I gotta say, give a big shout out to everyone involved in this project. My man behind the camera, Anthony, holding it down. We had Maria organizing everything. And then the girls, they came through and really put it down. And if you're seeing any of the new pictures on Instagram, Megan the Extraordinaire, most people think she's a model. I was like, no, yo, she's a photographer. But anyways, man, I've had so much fun. If you have any more questions, leave comments. And yo, man, I appreciate y'all just tuning in today. I know this was a long video, but I wanted to clue you up on everything that you need to do in Bali. I'm out of here. I appreciate you. Take care.
Hey everyone, welcome to Afro Club Life, now showing on NoireTV on Verizon Fios channel 269 and Optimum Cable channel 1100. Watch Afro Club Life on NoireTV, where we spotlight the best lounges and clubs in multiple cities around the world. Hear directly from the club promoters in multiple cities in the USA and around the world. Hear from DMV promoters such as DJ Jamster, Nana, Dabuchi, Kunzo, Hakeem Tay, Issa Tams, Fred, TJ, and Kenny G, plus promoters in other cities on what life is like in their clubs. As our host, JSB, takes you on a fantastic trip in lounges and clubs like Elevate, Dama, 1812 Lounge, Society, and Spectrum. Watch promoters and their events in cities like DC, DMV, Atlanta, New York, New Jersey, Chicago, and Los Angeles. Now showing on NoireTV, channel 269 on Verizon Fios, channel 1100 on Optimum Cable Vision, and on NoireTV.com on Android and iOS devices.
Shock you back on. Bad boy Tim's in the building. Spiritual ginger. Loading. Ó sùn ó gọ̀, ó jí ó gbọpẹ́. Ọmọ tó sùn ló gọ̀, ọmọ tó jí ló gbọpẹ́. Ó sùn ó gọ̀, ó jí ó gbọpẹ́. Ẹni tó sùn ló gọ̀, ẹni tó jí ló gbọpẹ́. I can feel my face no more, I can feel my legs no more. Mo ti yó pa, mo dẹ̀ máa jó pa. I can feel my face no more, I can feel my legs no more. Mo ti yó pa, mo dẹ̀ máa jó pa. Oh yeah, mo ti dọ̀tí. Àwọn ọmọ sẹ́kẹ́bù fẹ́ máa yọ̀dí. Wọ́n fẹ́ gọ́mù bọ̀dí. Ẹ fẹ́ yọ̀dí bíi ti àti mọ̀dí. Ọmọ tó wá jẹ́ dáadáa ló máa gba dọ́là. Abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́lẹ́ ọmọ náà bọ́là. Gbóná láti wíńtà wọ sọ́mà. Mi ò ṣe custom, I no dey border. Dúró tán bíi ti sójà. Bàrà jẹ́ bíi ti kódà. Ghana turn biti loader. Oh yeah, shout out sound bomber. NDDC MD Maladaku. No ya ton ye makaku. She shell go ase oh ya laju. Wapala lo so ko share ni to lagun. How? Osun ogo. Oji ogbokpe. Ọmọ tó sùn ló go. Ọmọ tó jí ló gbọpẹ́. Osun ogo. Oji ogbokpe. Ẹni tó sùn ló go. Ẹni tó jí ló gbọpẹ́. I can feel my face no more. I can feel my legs no more. Mo ti yọ pa. Mo dẹ̀ ma jọ pa. I can feel my face no more. I can feel my legs no more. Mo ti yọ pa. Mo dẹ̀ ma jọ pa. Olùgbà Yahoo Omete, ìwọ sùn ó ń gọ̀ ó ń kàn.
Hey man, how you doing? Welcome to Afro Club. Thank you. Please tell us a little bit about yourself.
I go by the name TJ, and I'm a promoter in the DMV area.
So today is Nana's birthday.
Right.
We know, right? Nana is one of the promoters of the DMV hood. Tell me a little bit about Nana.
Well, Nana is a hard-working guy. I mean, he actually gets work done. I mean, he doesn't play, but don't get me wrong, he's very nice, humble guy, funny. You know, today's his birthday, so we out here for Nana.
Oh, that's what's up.
Big shout out to my people out there watching. Keep watching NoireTV on 5269 on the Verizon channel. And then, yeah, big shout out to y'all. Appreciate y'all.
Salute. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, man. We're going to pump tonight, right? All right, then. Ladies and gentlemen, Afro Club Live again. Hey, how you doing, ladies and gentlemen? That's what JSB brothers are the DMV, and this Afro Club Live. How you doing, bro? What's your name, man? How you doing? Let's get to know you, bro.
We're here at Ghana now for Ghana's birthday. Shout out to NoireTV. Keep watching NoireTV on channel 269.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it, man. Stay happy, stay with us, okay? God bless.
Party up, party up, like you know, person wey no person, you know they keep person. If you want no person, you no go force person. I'm not the sick, you won't give me medicine. I get money, you won't help me spend my money. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me, oh yeah. I'm a winner. I'm a winner. Just believe that I'm a winner. I said just believe. I'll never do it like you do it. Best believe I'ma do it, do it. Yeah. Let me do it like I do it, how I do it. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh my mama. If you know I'm not happy, something go do, something go do. Yeah, water go show you, thunder go know you. Something go do, something go do. Water go show you, something go do.
It's blazing the big baby.
Allow me to enjoy myself. 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 Allow me to.
What's up, my brother? How you living, man? What's good? Welcome to Afro Club Life. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, you already know what it is. I told you we're actually spotlighting a lot of people in the DMV. Brother, tell me who you is, man.
My name is Fred. Originally from Ghana. I hosted events in DC for about 6-7 years. Currently repping the brand Afro Code.
Whoa.
We're in about 8 cities.
Whoa.
Today is Nana's birthday. Last year was my birthday. Sag season, Capricorn season, everybody's season. So we're
Go Capricorn.
So yeah, that's what we're here today.
Okay. So let me know a little bit about Nana. What do you know? What do you like about Nana? What is that thing about Nana that black? Dang it, bro.
Nana is one of the most interesting characters you ever meet in the city.
Facts.
You know, he's one of the hardest working people I've met.
Facts.
He always finds a way. You know, like there's some people that'll give up, but not. He's like, no, let's keep pushing.
That's what's up.
Some of us have been doing this for a while. You work with somebody like that. He's like, let's keep grinding. Took a loss today. Let's do it again next week. It'll work. So that's the kind of person he is. Hardworking guy. You know, some people may love him. It's a love and hate relationship.
Exactly. That's how life is.
That's
It is what it is, right? Right now, you know we're on NoireTV. I wanted to give a big shout out to everybody watching you and let them know where they can find you, bro.
Yeah, they can find me on Instagram. Follow Afrocode _ It's one Fred events on Instagram as well. So guess what? Tonight is gonna be a great night. We're social distancing in the club. Everybody's wearing their masks. You know, it's okay. Sis. It's okay. He got tested. He's negative.
You know, I am negative. So I'm good here.
So yeah, we're just trying to have a good time. It's all about promoting Afro beats, bringing the culture together.
Right.
Caribbeans, African Americans, everybody.
Right.
So that's
Right. That's what we're doing.
Shout out NoireTV on Verizon 269.
How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? I'm coming JSB, Grand Entertainer in the DMV, the host of the most. Yep. You're watching NoireTV. And this is Afro Club Life. Right here, I got another brother from another mother, and it's gonna show us a little experience about how it goes down in the DMV. What's up, bro? How you doing? What's your name, man?
Fine, Cedric.
Cedric.
You won't know me, I'm Mr. Ivory Coast.
Oh yeah.
Representing 225, you know.
Oh yeah, 225 in the building. Alright, so tell me about yourself, Mr. Ivory Coast.
How many events planner? Yeah. Been working, collaborating with so many guys like Fred Event, and African, and Uchi Production. Right. And then yeah, it's been wonderful. So
that's nice. Tell me some. Today's Nana's birthday. What do you think about Nana? What is that one thing about Nana that makes you go like
Nana? Nana is the coolest event planner here.
Yeah.
DC area.
I like that
guy from Ghana. You know,
I like that.
Love the vibe, and he's a brother.
That's what's up.
Come out and show some love.
That's what's up. Alright, look. As you know, this is NoireTV, and we're live on Afro Club Life. I want to give a big shout out to NoireTV and let us know exactly where to find you on social media.
Of course. So you can follow me at Monsieur Ivory Coast. You know, that's my new Instagram, and then keep watching NoireTV on channel 269.
Thank you very much, brother. You the best, man. Bless up.
If you want make a ginger, give me tea, kokoro. I touch a beach, your love. Anywhere I go, just come up with my bum, my love. So they do like ball.
If you want make a ginger, give me the kokoro. My body beach, your love. Come make a show you my banana. No, they do like ball, oh yeah. Make a touch upon it. Make a rub, make a love, make a rub, make a touch upon it. Make a rub upon it. Till I go lotion, I'ma rub upon it. Like fine wine, say you sweet when you wine it. Me, I know feel leave when you wine it. As long as we go there, I'm on a me go pay. Yeah, we go day nice. If we enter the place, I go day nice. I go fiki, I go rewind. Say now me go be the DJ, I'ma feel nice. Yo, say my party no they stop to the daylight. Before you run, go they shy, you make you think twice. If not smoke, you want smoke, say we day tight. I'm on my love go, say we live nice. Yeah.
If you want make a ginger, give me tea, kokoro. I touch a beach, your love. Anywhere I go, just come up with my bum, my love. So they do like ball.
If you want make a ginger, give me the kokoro. My body beach, your love. Come make a show you my banana. No, they do like ball, oh yeah. I been making money, living reckless. Ìwọ nìkan lolójú fẹ́ mi ọmọ ajá lọ. If them try talk, then go sọnù. They go down. We go day nice. If we enter the place, I go day nice. I go fiki, I go rewind. Say now me go be the DJ, I'ma feel nice. Yo, say my party no they stop to the daylight. Before you run, go they shy, you make you think twice. If not smoke, you want smoke, say we day tight. I'm on my love go, say we live nice.
want make a ginger, give me tea, kokoro. I go be your love. Anywhere I go, just come up with my bummer love. So they do like ball.
If you want make a ginger, give me kokoro. My body be your love. Come make a show you my banana. No, they do like ball.
If you want make a ginger, give me the kokoro. I go be your banana. My body be your love. Me what I cannot do for your love. I love I go carry your lovers. They carry do since I don't want that. I know go responsible if you injure.
Hey ladies and gentlemen, how you doing? JSB here again, and you already know what it is. This is Afro Club Life. I'm here with one of the biggest, illest, killers, brother in the DMV, and he about to show you how we move in the DMV. How you doing, brother? You good?
I'm alright, boss. How you feeling today?
Man, fresh out of the kitchen, blessed with the vision. You know the drill.
That's right.
Tell me who you are. Let the whole Afrobeat and Americans, or Africans and Americans, know exactly who you are and what you do.
I go by the name TJ, and I'm a promoter in the DMV area, DC, Maryland, Virginia.
Preach. Yeah, I like that. Hey, keep the quick one, right? So it's Nana's birthday today,
right?
And we're doing it right down on like. But I want you to know this, right? I know Nana has a lot of fans out here. People are Nana. What is that one thing about Nana that spikes you like, damn, bro?
He's hardworking, bro. Hands down.
Yeah.
He goes all the way in.
All the way in.
That's right. He don't leave nothing. He does everything.
Wow. I like that. That's a straight shooter right there. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, you already know how we're moving out here in the DMV. Like I said, this is Afro Club Life, and right now we're spotlighting all the promoters, all the DJs, and everybody making it pop in your city. So stay tuned. We might be coming to your city. You never know. Alright, bro. Tell me in a nutshell, right? I need you to let your people know where they can find you and let them know what TV station you want.
Alright, you can find me on Instagram, TJTEEJAY_entertainment. And then thanks for y'all watching NoireTV 269. And then Virus too. And then mind you, I mean, if you go on BET, they just press down, you're gonna see the channel right
just
there.
One channel below, man. It does right. Boom. No, I think it's a boom. BET is 270, but it's one channel. Either way, you can heat it up. Channel 269, and boom, you in it. Thank you very much. You the man. Bless her. Ladies and gentlemen, how you doing? This is JSB with NoireTV, and you're watching Afro Club Live. Yeah, I got another big dog in the building, and he already know exactly what time it is. How you doing, boss? You good?
All day.
Nice to meet you, man. Tell us about yourself and what you do.
My name is Bobby Trump. I'm an entertainment consultant in the DMV. I've been doing this for like 15 years. I'm here today at Dana Lounge for one of my boys' birthday.
Yeah, speaking of which, Nana. Nana's birthday is today. What is this thing about Nana? What you like about Nana and his vibes?
Nana is dynamic. You know, Nana is one of the guys who know how to pull the crowd. Right. And as promoters, we always like to support each other. So I'm here to support Nana today.
That's what's up. I want you to also let these people, great people that are watching us, know exactly where you are located and how they can follow you and on social media.
Yes. So I have an entertainment business called All Day Entertainment, and I'm on Instagram as All Day Entertainment. I'm also on, I have a website. It's called BobbyTrumpAccessGroup.com, and you can find all the events in the DMV on that website.
I like that. We're going to look into that.
Yeah.
Alright, so quick one. Could you give a big shout out to NoireTV and let us know where you can find it?
Yes. NoireTV is doing big things in the industry right now. They are putting all the lounges in the DMV on the map, and we really appreciate that, boss.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, Trump here is one of the biggest DMV promoters we have, and you can catch him live in the DMV. Trump, thank you so much for having us.
All day.
Before you go, I wanted to say, keep watching NoireTV on channel 265.
Yes, keep watching NoireTV. Big up.
Umaka highway. Shalom na highway. Owam na highway. Chubia na highway. Man, chop up what up in highway. Look on the one me. Change. The thief here. Agreement. When you're born at your cup, you're siawa, they fade. So no way get on complete. Is it in the street? No complete. Isn't it the tip of 100? Man, it's in the man, you can't complete. You know the highway. Here is the highway. Umaka highway. Shalom na highway. Oh, I'm the highway. Should be on the highway. And the chocolate, but up and highway. The banjo, highway. Change. Adama cow, Adapam, Adapam, I see not the late now. I got to be for no way no complete. Wait on a Porsche, no complete. Listen to the tip on 100. I come in on my house and check. I go again. I'm looking at time, because I'm not in the thing that's on. I said, I got that girl. I got to come to look at it on. She be like, send me a number. First night, look at it on. I never guide you about you know the highway. Here is the highway. Omaka highway. Shalom na highway. Oh, I'm the highway. To be on the highway. Man, the trouble, what up on the highway? Look on the wine me. Look on the wine me.
Ladies and gentlemen, back again with another big dog in the building. DMV stand up. You already know what it is. They call me JSB Grand Entertainer and DMV representative for NoireTV on channel 269 Ladies and gentlemen, right now we got another big dog, like I said, and this man right here, I know him, I love him for what he does in the DMV. What's up, Kay? How you doing?
I'm good, man.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, man.
I go by the name of Kunzo, you know, artist, promoter, director, everything, jack of all trades. In the business of making people happy, pretty much.
I like that. I like that. So how's it been for you, man, since you've been doing this? How's it been since you started the promotion, the artistic movement, and all that?
At first, it was kind of difficult, but you know, we've been doing it for a long time now. Now it's very easy.
And I know my thing, I did what you did. I didn't tell you, man. All right, so today, right. Of course, man, you just keep your head up, man. Stay focused and just stand bold. You know. So today's Nana's birthday, as we all know. Tell me something about Nana that makes you be like, oh, bro.
Nana, cool dude.
Yeah.
My brother from another mother.
Yes, sir.
Sharp guy.
Sharp guy.
Yeah, I'm saying.
I like that.
We started together, so we're doing it still.
I like that.
Going.
Make a lot of sense. All right, so tell your people where they could, check you out and give a big shout out to NoireTV.
Yeah, you can check me out. I am Kunzo on every platform. I am Kunzo. I am Kunzo.
Right.
Yeah, I'm easy to get.
So what are you gonna say about? Give us a little shout out on the wall, man.
Oh yeah, shout out. NoireTV, channel 269, Files TV.
Yeah.
Don't touch that down. Don't miss it. It's the new wave. You want to get on this wave, so don't touch that down.
Ladies and gentlemen, you better catch up, or you know what it is when we're out here, Afro Club Live. Let's get it. Hey, how you doing? They're coming JSB Grand Entertainer and the DMV, and this is NoireTV, Afro Club Live. And look, bro, I ain't gonna lie to you. If you guys are just tuning in, it's about to be big and heavy. Right now, I got one of DMV finest, Sexcellency in the building, and she's gonna tell us a little bit about herself. Tell me what you doing now, who are you?
So my name is Yaya. I'm known as Yaya Muchi. I am a event coordinator in DMV, Afro-Caribbean events, in DC, Maryland, and Virginia. And just a little bit about me, I'm Nigerian, I'm half Igbo, half Yoruba. So my main focus is on the African events. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I like that. Tell me a little bit about Nana. Like, who is Nana to you?
So Nana is also a promoter in the DMV.
You know it's his birthday, right?
Yeah. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, bro. You know the drill. Alright, that's what's up. So, how did you get into the whole promotion business? How did it start for you? Has it been smooth since you started?
Yes, it's been smooth. Actually, I started by another promoter. His name is Fred. He goes by Fred Event. And that's how I actually, slowly started getting to the scene and started building my brand to where I am now.
That is dope, man. A big shout out to those who are putting people on out there, man.
Yeah,
if you know you're putting people on out here, big up to you.
Shout out One Fred Event.
One Fred! Yeah. Oh, you know, shout out One Fred on NoireTV. I like that. That's some real loyalty right there. Alright, so tell us where we can find you and give a big shout out to Noire.
Yeah, so my Instagram is yaya.lucci.
Okay.
That's Luchi. Twitter, Yaya Lucci.
Okay.
Facebook, Yaya Lucci. And big shout out to NoireTV.
Right.
Channel 269.
Oh, you gonna write this down? Alright, ladies and gentlemen, catch up with what's going on. Afro Club Life. Oh, we're just getting started.
Oh, bí àmọ̀ ti sùn, ó wá fẹ́ fún dé, ó wá fẹ́ wò dé, ó fẹ́ máa tákà mi, ó lè gbá mi tákà mi, tí n bá ju báńgà mi, gbogbo máa gbádùn mi, ó fẹ́ máa yíwọ́, ó fẹ́ máa dáwọ́ rú, ó dà kó ti ń dó kóńtà, sẹ́tọ̀ wọn kò kóńtà, ó fẹ́ máa lámbà mi, ṣé mo jọ sátà mi, ó fẹ́ máa flátà mi, ó fẹ́ dọ́gbọ́n mu fátà mi, ó fi mi lọ́yàn kò ṣe mọ́tà mi. Ó pè mí sáde kò ṣe dọ́tà mi. Pàdé mi ní Gaza mi. Má gbàgbé gánjà mi. Túndé Fáṣọlá ní bọ́dà mi. Wọ́n nífẹ̀ẹ́ lomi ṣe mọ́dà mi. Mo ti mọ yan mọ́mì mi. Mo ti yan mọ́mì mi. Mo ní pẹ́ mọ mẹ́mẹ́. Tẹ bá mọ mẹ́mẹ́ mọ mẹ́mẹ́. Tẹ bá mọ mẹ́mẹ́ mọ mẹ́mẹ́. Tẹ bá mọ mẹ́mẹ́ mọ mẹ́mẹ́. Tí ọ̀rẹ́ mi lè fi sí. Tí ọ̀rẹ́ mi ó pọ̀ tó. Tí ọ̀rẹ́ mi ó fẹ́ tó. Tí ọ̀rẹ́ mi ó pọ̀ tó. Tí ọ̀rẹ́ mi lè fi sí jọ. Tí ọ̀rẹ́ mi ó pọ̀ tó. Tí ọ̀rẹ́ mi ó fẹ́ tó. Tí ọ̀rẹ́ mi ó pọ̀ tó. Tó bá ṣọ̀ fún ẹ̀fọ́ gbàgbà. Ṣé bó náà mọ̀dé kàn dáadáa? Mo ṣí ọ̀rẹ́ mi onídìí ńlá. Ṣé màá tẹ́lẹ̀ máa jọ tún gbà? Ṣé jẹ́ lórí àbò wọ pampers? Man, your house dey give me asthma. Mo ní kò send number. Why did you send hazard? Ṣé jẹ́ lórí àbò dọ́gbọ́n sí? Jẹ́ fada jẹ́ fokó sí. Mo ṣe wá náà wọn náà ń fẹ́ sí. Bàbá ṣe tán pè mí bestie. What kind of bestie is that? Mo fún bestie pussy massage. Ẹ̀rọ lọ́n dákòlá. Ẹ̀sọ́ kò fáṣetà. Ní bó ṣe lórí ta. Ó dà pé tí ń jẹsẹ̀ mọ́ vita. Ó dà pé orí ẹ̀ fẹ́ kọ ẹ̀ jìyà. Ó dà pé ọmọ ìtí ní liver. Ìjí ọ̀rẹ́ mi lèmi fi sí. Tí ọ̀rẹ́ mi ó pọ̀ tó. Tí ọ̀rẹ́ mi ó fẹ́ tó. Tí ọ̀rẹ́ mi ó pọ̀ tó. Tí ọ̀rẹ́ mi lèmi fi sí jọ. Tí ọ̀rẹ́ mi ó pọ̀ tó. Tí ọ̀rẹ́ mi ó fẹ́ tó. Tí ọ̀rẹ́ mi ó pọ̀ tó.
Hey everyone, welcome to Afro Club Life, now showing on NoireTV on Verizon Fios channel 269 and Optimum Cable channel 1100. Watch Afro Club Life on NoireTV, where we spotlight the best lounges and clubs in multiple cities around the world. Hear directly from the club promoters in multiple cities in the USA and around the world. Hear from DMV promoters such as DJ Jamster, Nana, Davuchi, Kunzo, Hakeem Tay, Issa Tams, Fred, TJ, and Kenny G, plus promoters in other cities on what life is like in their clubs. As our host, JSB, takes you on a fantastic trip in lounges and clubs like Elevate, Dama, 1812 Lounge, Society, and Spectrum. Watch promoters and their events in cities like DC, DMV, Atlanta, New York, New Jersey, Chicago, and Los Angeles. Now showing on NoireTV, channel 269 on Verizon Fios, channel 1100 on Optimum Cable Vision, and on NoireTV.com on Android and iOS devices.
Woo! Welcome to Cape Town, South Africa. before I get into the cost of living, there's something that I feel is really important to share with you. I mean, I was born in 1986 and apartheid ended in 1994. And so that means in my lifetime, a lot of the places that I'm gonna show you in this video were not available to people that look like me. And so naturally, I have so many questions. So I was asking white people, I was asking colored people, which I found out are either mixed race people or people of the Indonesian descent, and also black people. I mean, the common topic is pretty positive, and the one thing that I asked people at the end of asking them all the questions that I had is, what do you feel about progression, specifically here in Cape Town, and do you feel people are moving forward and coming together more than before in history? And then it was 100% that yes, Cape Town has had problems in the past and still have issues, but they're moving forward and people feel like it's like each day it gets better for not only the locals, but the people coming to visit. So for me, I'm not about going to the cheapest places on earth. For me, the most important thing is the experience and the value that I get for my money. And the thing about Cape Town is you can experience things here that you can't see anywhere else in the world. I'm talking about penguins, fam. Yo, I thought I had to go to the South Pole, like, to see penguins. And then my homie Mike was like, yo, they got penguins here. I'm like, no, they don't. That's only in the South Pole. He's like, no, bro, we've got penguins here. And I was like, yo, show me. And so the thing is, it does matter what your budget is, right? But there's something for everyone. So if you're making like $50,000 a year, or maybe you're making $80,000 a year, or doing $150,000 a year, maybe you're making $250,000 a year. And so what I saw overall is basically 1 for 3. So if I was comparing this to going out like in LA and doing a vacation in LA, so say you spend $1,500 on vacation in LA, for the same experience, or you spend $4,500 in LA, you could get the same experience for like $1,500 in South Africa. Or maybe you're a big baller, right? And you spend, let's say 10 grand on your vacation in LA. In South Africa, it probably cost you about 3,500 or so. So that's like the big difference. And for me, I love to spend money when things are on sale. And so when we take vacations, right? We've been working hard pretty much all year for like 2 weeks off, or we're taking a year off. A lot of us maybe even work a few years to take one vacation a year. So there's certain things that we do. We spend more money, we enjoy more, we eat more, we drink more, we do things that are not normal in our everyday lives. We work like literally 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 hours a week to enjoy, these places that we only dream about, right? That we've heard about. And so that's what I'm gonna be breaking down a little bit further in this video. So the first thing that I'm gonna talk to you about is accommodations. They have some of the flyest places in the entire world. And it doesn't matter what your budget is, they have something for you. So the first place we stayed at is a place in Camps Bay. This place is like what movie dreams are made of. So when we rolled up, I was like, holy crap, this is like riding around in the Hollywood Hills. Like all the houses with like fences, and I'm like, we're actually gonna be here. We're actually gonna be here. And so here's the crazy thing. So we roll up to the spot, it's got the gate. And so it's like this windy road that goes up to the house. And then we get there, the pool, it was crazy. I like to keep it 100. I'm not saying it's like the safest place in the world, but you're not really gonna have any problems if you're just using basic common sense, right? So don't go outside, yo man, see my Rolex, I'm out here shining. Don't do that, right? You're gonna get ate like lunch meat. And probably not. In Camps Bay, you're pretty much not gonna have any problem. But if you go into more of like the impoverished areas, think about it. Common sense, like I said. If someone's hungry and they're like basically surviving on $5 a day and you're wearing a $10,000 watch, you might get taken advantage of, right? Common sense. Same thing in Chicago, same thing in New York, same thing in London, so many other places. And I did not feel threatened in any type of way. Renee felt fine. And I've talked to so many other people that have come and they've had an excellent time. And then so if you're younger or if you're on more of a budget, we stopped by this one place for drinks and I realized it was a hostel. And so if you would have caught me maybe 6-7 years ago, this is probably where I would have been staying. Really efficient hostel rooms. We actually said, yo, can we take a look around and see what it looks like? And then they have private rooms, and then they also have dormitories, and the prices, prices were right. And now if you want like the ultimate luxurious experience, for me, this might be a little bougie, but one of my gripes about staying in Airbnb Airbnb. So the first spot, like I said, was an Airbnb, and this new place I found was on Airbnb, and it was on top of the Radisson Blu Hotel. And so what did that mean? Yo, the boy could get room service. I know, bougie ass life, but yo, I love it. And so this place was about $400 a night. And what made this place so special is like the finishes, the touches. And this place, like in New York or even in LA, on top of a similar place, would probably be about $1,000, maybe $1,200 a night. But the best thing about it was actually the company behind this place. I figured out that they rent some of the most high-end places in Cape Town. So now you might want to figure out, yo, how do you get around in Cape Town, South Africa? Are they riding elephants? Are they riding zebras? No, fam. They got all types of vehicles out here. And so we actually did it all. So we did these bicycles. We did a bicycle tour with my homie Mike. And so, oh yeah, shout out to my homie Mike. So Mike from Venture Self, he literally saved our trip. So some things went wrong last minute, and then we were talking to Mike, and he's like, don't worry, I'll take care of it. And I was like, oh, I don't know, I'm kind of nervous. I was like, yo, this is what I want to do. There's a lot of stuff. And he's like, brother, no problem, I can take care of it. And then my man came through. So one of the things he hooked us up with is this amazing bike tour. And so what makes these bikes cool, they're not regular bikes, they have like motors on them. And I was like, Mike, how much these bikes cost? So I was like, I might want to get one. He's like, $3,500 for a bicycle. I was like, yo, I'm good with the rental. And so, but the thing is, they have fat tires, you can go down the beach. I was racing him, as you can see in the footage. I beat his ass. And then if you want to get a little bit faster now, we did mopeds. And this is probably one of the coolest ways to get around the city. I know I look too big for this moped. It's not the swag for me, but if you're a little bit smaller, even if you're not, yo, these things are so much fun to ride around. Renee was like, Jabril, slow down, slow down. And I was like, yo, chill, I got this. She never believes me, but I think I got it. And so we just went wandering around the mountains, one of the most incredible things that you can do during your time here in South Africa. I saw rentals on Expedia, really affordable prices, like $30 a day or so. So it was nothing crazy. So if you want to rent your car, drive yourself around, that's a thing. But my favorite thing of all, Uber, fam, Uber. So Uber in South Africa, they have the two different options. They have regular Uber X, and then they have Uber Lux. We did both of them, but when we ran into one of our Uber Lux drivers, he was just the coolest dude in the world. And so after riding around with him the whole day, I was like, yo, you need to chill with us for a few days and show us around Cape Town. And so his energy, and his name was Herb, man. Shout out to Herb. He's actually probably part of the Passport Heavy crew now. He's like family. And then he took me to some places that probably most tourists won't ever get to see in Cape Town. And so I'm not gonna go on and on about Herb. The one thing I will let you know, his link is in the description if you want to give him a call and pick him up. I can't recommend Uncle, Brother Herb more than enough. And so now, right? Cape Town has some of the most beautiful scenery that I've ever seen in my life, anywhere. And I've been traveling around the world for the last 7 years, and I've seen some incredible things. And so one of my dreams was to get a convertible. And the homies at Wiggle made it happen. What a funny ass name. And so, like, for me, I've seen like James Bond, right? And I'm like, yo, I want to be that dude. Or more like, call me like the African Ricky Rose. If you've ever seen Aston Martin music, I feel like I was the African version out here. So this is not the cheapest thing in the world to do, but there's some things that I feel are like those once in a lifetime experiences that you're gonna remember forever. Like the odds of me owning a convertible luxury drop top, I don't know if that'll ever happen in my lifetime. But renting one time was like one of those experiences I wanted to feel, you know. And Renee was like, yo, let's do it. So I was like, yo, let's get the drop top. And we cruised around South Africa, and it was one of the most beautiful experiences that I've ever had, and I definitely can't recommend it enough. Now I want to talk about some of the crazy adventures and activities that we did while we're in Cape Town. Like I said, like the penguins. So we got there, and I was like, yo, no, for real, you really came through, Mike. There's like penguins here. He's like, brother, I told you. And I was like, yo, what else you got? And then so I was like, I want to do a safari, but we don't have that much time. Well, he's like, okay, I've got something that's pretty cool as well. I think that you'll enjoy it. And so this was more of like a half a day trip, or you could do it for a day. And for me, when we rolled up to Aguila, I knew I was at the right place. As soon as we hopped out the car, handed us some champagne, I was like, Mike, You've done all right. And so this place is not basically a traditional safari where you're gonna be like, hey cowboy, or aye captain, whatever you say, but you're not gonna get hurt out here by doing this, especially because you're gonna have probably some of the coolest rangers around. We saw it all. We saw rhinos, we saw giraffes. I actually started running after the giraffes. He's like, yo man, come back, don't do that. I'm gonna get in trouble. We saw everything but Simba. We didn't see Simba. Simba was hiding out, but if you do go at Aguila, they have Simba and his crew rolling around. And then on top of that, it also has a luxury spa. I saw the pool, the spa, the sauna, all of that. I was like, yo, we don't have enough time, but it was definitely something I wanted to experience. An amazing restaurant on site. And yeah, I would definitely go back again, even though they told me it wasn't like the most traditional wildlife safari, like that you're going out, and those you need quite a bit of time, but for the amount of time that we had, it worked perfect for us. And yo, if animals are not your speed and you don't want to do anything like that, there was this amazing spot that we went to called Bay Harbor Market. Incredible venue. And in here it feels like kind of like a local traditional venue with local food, local artists. And so I bought some really cool shirts, and people have been commenting on them non-stop. You know, when I got back home, like, yo, where'd you get that shirt? Where'd you get that shirt? I was like, yo, in Cape Town at Bay Harbor Market. So yo, let me help some of y'all. Let me help sell some of your shirts, man. Let's do some business together. Talk about more experiences. One of my favorite things to do is just explore on the open waters. And I told Mike, hey, I want to go yachting and I want to go jet skiing. He's like, bro, there's only one place that does jet skiing in South Africa, or at least in Cape Town. And so I was like, why? He's like, these are the only people with the license and actually can train properly, and so that's why they have it. And I was like, can we please make it happen? He's like, we'll see what we can do. Next thing I know, we're on the yacht. And so everything was going smooth, we were having fun. And let's just say Renee had an unexpected swimming lesson in Cape Town. And let's say she was not too happy. I thought she was gonna hate me for the rest of the day, maybe the rest of the trip, but you know, she was a good sport. We opened another bottle of champagne, vibes were good, we enjoyed sunset. We had a really good crew, really amazing thing. And so some of these things are like, oh my God, they're so expensive or over the top, but not really. You know, per person, I think it was like a little bit over, maybe like $150 per person. And like I said, when you're working so hard for 80 hours, you know, a week, or 50 or 60 or 40, to spend 150 for a once in a lifetime office, you know, experience, it's totally worth it to me. So our 12 days in Cape Town for me was truly life-changing. I don't say that about many places, and many places I just truly go to enjoy the place, enjoy the scenery, enjoy the people, the nightlife, the food. But here it felt like so much more than just a vacation. It was a history lesson, it was a cultural experience, and now I met true friends that I'll know for a lifetime, and I'm so excited to come back. And then so I was recently, actually yesterday, hanging out with my homie Pop here, and he was telling me about an event that they're having, an NBA game on August 5th in Johannesburg. And I've visited Johannesburg for about a day, but I've always wanted to go back. And so I'm gonna be there with, you know, all the homies, and we'll be exploring not just for the NBA game, but showing what Johannesburg is like, because Johannesburg has a totally different feel than Cape Town. And I'm so excited to share with the world what it's like there, cost of living, but more importantly than the cost of living, just the experience there in town. And so, like I said, if you're watching this video before August 5th and you know some cool things that I have to check out, let me know in the comments. If you're watching after, just know that we already had a good time and you should go visit Johannesburg, Cape Town, all over South Africa, and we can't wait to share more with you. But this is a video that I want you to be able to digest, so we don't want to make it too long. But everyone's always asking, yo, we need some more of that JP editing. So we need some more of that JP footage. And then after that, I'm gonna share with you how you can get our guide to Cape Town, right? Anyway, actually, JP, take it away.
is legit. I'm blessed. What can I say? But yo, I hope you've enjoyed this cost of living Cape Town. So for me, like I said, it's not about going to the cheapest place on earth. It's about going to places that offer the most amazing experiences, but also value for the money. So like when I'm in like London, or if I'm in New York, or if I'm in LA, I kind of tread lightly because I know my budget, actual wage. And things are not on sale for me. And some people do know I make quite a bit of money. So I'm not gonna act like I'm poor or anything. But one thing that I do appreciate is getting things when they're on sale. And I tend to spend more money when I feel like I'm getting a value for my money. And that's one of the reasons I really, truly enjoy spending money, in South Africa. And so, you'll see a link in the description, and in this link, you're gonna see a guide that we created, a passport heavy guide to Cape Town. And then in the future, we've got a whole bunch of guides to places all over the world. And so make sure that you go there and download it. We've got the restaurants, we've got the food, we've got the locations, everything that you need to know. And then on top of that, if you're watching here on YouTube, if you're watching on Facebook, make sure that you hit that like button or you subscribe, because this is not the only place that we do videos. We do videos all over the world. And we cover cultural festivals, we cover the food, we cover cost of living, nightlife, and so much more. And we have like literally 100 videos worth of footage to drop from Europe. We've got Colombia, we've got Panama. I could go on forever, but I don't want to keep you here any longer. I hope you've enjoyed this video, and I hope you've enjoyed Cape Town as much as we've enjoyed it. Take care, and oh yeah, let me give some major shout outs. I gotta give a big shout out to my man behind the camera, Mr. JP Poppy, Salt Bay, for shooting and editing this video. Renee for hanging with the boy, knowing that I'm crazy. I drive her crazy, but she drives me crazy too. And Mike from Venture South literally saved the trip. I cannot recommend Mike enough. He is so punctual. Like I said, just never leave your keys with him. He might lose them. And yo, my big homie Herb, man. Herb is one of the most friendly, gentle giants that you will ever meet. And if you want to take an Uber with him in South Africa, especially in Cape Town, I can't recommend him enough. And everyone else who made this experience possible, right? So I could go on and on, but you'll see a link of everyone who helped us with this video in the description. Or maybe JP's gonna do a little montage with the names of all the other people that helped us make this Cape Town experience what it was. And I hope to see you guys around the world. And one last thing, if you see me in the streets, man, say what up. Like, I love meeting y'all. And so I'm never like, as long as I'm not like in a deep conversation, I'm like, yo, what up, bro? Like, nah, like leave me alone if you see me in the middle of a conversation. But no, I truly, genuinely love connecting with everyone, because without you guys, we are nothing. We're not even Passport Heavy without you. So, goodbye.
Hey everyone, welcome to Afro Club Life, now showing on NoireTV on Verizon Fios channel 269 and Optimum Cable channel 1100. Watch Afro Club Life on NoireTV, where we spotlight the best lounges and clubs in multiple cities around the world. Hear directly from the club promoters in multiple cities in the USA and around the world. Hear from DMV promoters such as DJ Jamster, Nana, Davuchi, Kunzo, Hakeem Tay, Issa Tams, Fred, TJ, and Kenny G, plus promoters in other cities on what life is like in their clubs. As our host, JSB, takes you on a fantastic trip in lounges and clubs like Elevate, Dama, 1812 Lounge, Society, and Spectrum. Watch promoters and their events in cities like DC, DMV, Atlanta, New York, New Jersey, Chicago, and Los Angeles. Now showing on NoireTV, channel 269 on Verizon Fios, channel 1100 on Optimum Cable Vision, and on NoireTV.com on Android and iOS devices.
Yeah. All I get a great cat, baby. You and I. You know you the ginger. If you know how you the cause you drop. Shit, you know go one person. Love the way you the dance, girl. I am ready. Why get I love fire? Mommy, be cool. Let's hop in my Maserati. Baby, hop in my Maserati. I said hop in my Maserati. Hop in my Maserati. Girl, I wanna see you go down. Yeah. Say me, I love the way you bend body. Hop in my Maserati, baby, hop in my Maserati, and I just wanna see you ride. Somebody needs somebody. My body needs your body. I'm on check out all of you. Somebody needs somebody. My body needs your body. I'm on check out all of you. Let me give you butterfly. Say now you didn't mesmerize me. I'm out to show to civilize. Anywhere you go, I go follow. When I up the music, make it go low. And I go give you steady on the slow. Baby, don't dull, make a ginger. Shorty, I know you like to party. I'm out to jump on you. Show my body, shit. Yeah, baby, come on, God. Innocent, no party, yeah. I'm gonna make you up, up in my Maserati, baby, up in my Maserati. I say up in my Maserati, up in my Maserati. Girl, I wanna see you go down. Yeah, say me, I love the way you bend body. Up in my Maserati, baby, up in my Maserati, and I just wanna see you ride. Somebody needs somebody. My body, your body. I'm on check out all of you. Somebody needs somebody. My body, your body. I'm on check out all of you. Up in my Maserati, make you love in my Maserati. I say up in my Maserati, up in my Maserati. Girl, I wanna see you go down. Yeah, say me, I love the way you bend body. Up in my Maserati, make you love in my Maserati, and I just wanna see you ride.
Ọmọ tó jí ló gbọpẹ́, ó sùn ó kàn, ó jí ó gbọpẹ́, ẹni tó sùn ló kàn, ẹni tó jí ló gbọpẹ́. I can feel my face no more, I can feel my legs no more. Mo ti yó pa, mo dẹ̀ máa jó pa. I can feel my face no more, I can feel my legs no more. Mo ti yó pa, mo dẹ̀ máa jó pa. Oh yeah, mo ti yó, mo ti dọ̀tí. Àwọn ọmọ sẹ́kẹ́bù fẹ́ máa yọ̀ dí. Wọ́n fẹ́ gbọ́mù bọ̀dí. Ẹ fẹ́ yọ̀ dìbìtì àti mọ̀dí. Ọmọ tó wá jó dáadáa ló máa gba dọ́là. Abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́lẹ́ ọmọ náà bọ́là. Gbóná láti wíńtà wọ sọ́mà. Mi ò ṣe custom, I no dey border. Dúró tán bí ti sójà. Farajẹ́ bí ti kódà. Gara tán bí ti lódà. Bóyá shout out sáwọn bọ́mbà. NDDC MD má lọ dákú. Náwó yẹn tán yóò máa kákú. Ó ṣiṣẹ́ ló gbowó àṣẹ. Ó yà lájú owó ọpọlọ lọ́sọ̀ kò ṣe ẹni tó làágùn. Ó sùn ó gọ̀, ó jí ó gbọpẹ́. Ọmọ tó sùn ló gọ̀, ọmọ tó jí ló gbọpẹ́. Ó sùn ó gọ̀, ó jí ó gbọpẹ́. Ẹni tó sùn ló gọ̀, ẹni tó jí ló gbọpẹ́. I can feel my face no more, I can feel my legs no more. Mo ti yó pa, mo dẹ̀ máa jó pa. I can feel my face no more, I can feel my legs no more. Mo ti yó pa, mo dẹ̀ máa jó pa. Olùgbàyà Uze, ó mẹ́tẹ̀, ìwọ́n sùn ó ń gọ̀ ó ń complain. Èmi kọrin pa wọ́n bí ti T-Pain, Wizzy ní Starboy kò kí n ṣe the weekend. Dúró tán bí ti sójà, farajẹ́ bí ti kódà, gara tán bí ti lódà. Bóyá shout out sáwọn bọ́mbà. The cash is plenty, we spend it raw. She likes the wheel, Christian Dior. 247, one more with ball. She never see am before. Loading. Ó sùn ó gọ̀, ó jí ó gbọpẹ́. Ọmọ tó sùn ló gọ̀, ọmọ tó jí ló gbọpẹ́. Ó sùn ó gọ̀, ó jí ó gbọpẹ́. Ẹni tó sùn ló gọ̀, ẹni tó jí ló gbọpẹ́. I can feel my face no more, I can feel my legs no more. Mo ti yó pa, mo dẹ̀ máa jó pa. I can feel my face no more, I can feel my legs no more.
it be things. It be something, it be things. It be something, it be things. It be things, it be things. It be something, it be things. Oh, nay. I love to clank things when I link up. It be things, it be things. It be things, it be things. It be something. Navigate the 10 chicks in the link on. It be things, it be things. It be things, it be things. Pull up in the Lambo, anywhere I go, I'm a Shina, a Rambo. But I'm bushy girl, Tony DB Lambo. I she the wine go, she the ride boat. They don't fight on top of kids. It's my time, my tire. It's something. I know they look in the face. Cause I see the wait on Savannah. It's something. I love to clank things when I link up. It be something. Navigate the 10 chicks in the link on.
Go a daily, I'm a mock and what time they go. Cause I pull up in the mountain jazz on. As I'm a gada go. I got to come back and walk a day's on. It should be my same name walk. Past life when I walk a day go on. And I'm a book I jab. Yeah, Fino on your highway. Here is the highway. Omaka highway. Shalom na highway. Oh, I'm no highway. To be on a highway. And a chocolate, what up, and highway. Look on the wine, Butife here, agreement. On your brother, Jack Copiasia, the fade. So no wagon on complete. A second street, no complete. Listen on the keep on 100. Man, it's in the man, it's a country. Fino on your highway. Here is the highway. Omaka highway. Shalom na highway. Oh, I'm no highway. To be on a highway. And a chocolate, what up, and highway. The banjo, why me?
Hey everyone, welcome to Afro Club Life, now showing on NoireTV on Verizon Fios channel 269 and Optimum Cable channel 1100. Watch Afro Club Live on NoireTV, where we spotlight the best lounges and clubs in multiple cities around the world. Hear directly from the club promoters in multiple cities in the USA and around the world. Hear from DMV promoters such as DJ Jamster, Nana, Davuchi, Kunzo, Hakeem Tay, Issa Tams, Fred, TJ, and Kenny G, plus promoters in other cities on what life is like in their clubs. As our host, JSB, takes you on a fantastic trip in lounges and clubs like Elevate, Dama, 1812 Lounge, Society, and Spectrum. Watch promoters and their events in cities like DC, DMV, Atlanta, New York, New Jersey, Chicago, and Los Angeles. Now showing on NoireTV, channel 269 on Verizon Fios, channel 1100 on Optimum Cable Vision, and on NoireTV.com on Android and iOS devices.
Woo! Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. I've been waiting for this place a long time. I've been traveling around the world for the last 8 years non-stop, and people are always like, yo, how's Rio? I was like, I've never been. They're like, what? You've never been to Rio? I was like, nah. And so this year, that all changed. And so I've known about Rio, since watching Snoop and Pharrell on the steps. Beautiful, you're my favorite. I don't sing, that's probably not the best thing. So first off, I'm gonna talk about accommodations because you're gonna need a place to stay. I was on edge when I got to Rio from all the stories I heard and how dangerous it was. But after the first day, I was like, okay, it's a little overhyped. It's just like anywhere in the world, and I can tell you that, like, honestly. So when you're in New York, when you're in Chicago, there's just certain neighborhoods that you shouldn't go, and you know not to go. And so people are like, oh man, you didn't go to the real Rio. You weren't hanging at night in like the most. I'm like, yo, fam, what am I going on vacation for? They're hanging in the most dangerous neighborhoods. That's not my thing. So let me just talk about the accommodations that we first stayed at. So the first place that we all stayed at was this over-the-top penthouse. When I say over-the-top, Nike rented this place for $500,000. Yes, $500,000 US for 1 month during the Olympics. It's the biggest penthouse in Rio. 15,000 square feet penthouse. It has a full-size pool. It's got a jacuzzi, 11 bedrooms. I don't know how many kitchens. Let's just say this place is ridiculous. And so I got to give a big shout out to the homies at Where in Rio. If you're looking for luxury real estate, they rent it, they sell it short-term, long-term, and if you're looking to buy it. So this place is literally on sale now for about $10 million US. The view is incredible, the rooms are big, and I see it more as like if you're having like a bachelor party, if you're looking to host a big event. For me, it didn't feel like a home, it just felt like a huge, massive showplace. Like, you were impressed when you walked through these doors. And so I can't say enough about Fred and Fred at Where in Rio. They really took care of the boy. They speak so many different languages. And so we stayed there for 3 nights and they hosted us. And so you might be wondering about the price tag. So right now, I believe, so we stayed in, because basically you can split it in half too. One side has 6 bedrooms, the other side has 5 bedrooms. If you get both combined together, it's about $3,500 a night, $4,000 a night. And then if you split them in half, one side's like $2,500, and I think the other side is like $1,500, like $1,800 a night. But they were gracious enough to host the boy. And then on top of that, they're like, yo, we are the leading company when it comes to luxury real estate. And then so Fred was like, yo, I have to show you this one place. I was like, I don't know, bro. I've already seen this amazing place. He's like, no, this is literally the best view in Rio. I thought he was hyping it up. When I got there, let's just say I knew what time it was. Joa is like the most exclusive area code in Rio. Think of Malibu in California. This place, yo, JP, just show him what this place looks like. I don't even know if I have words for this place. It goes for about $1,500 a night during the winter, because that's another time. So we went in June, and so that's known as winter. And I was there for about 2 weeks, and their winter, I'm like, yo, you call this winter? I don't know what you call winter, man. But being from Chicago, this is not what I call winter. So now we've got these ridiculous over-the-top penthouses out of the way. Let's talk about something a little bit more realistic. So like that last place I heard during the Olympics, Neymar stayed there. He's one of the most famous soccer players in the world. He makes millions of dollars a month. Not everybody's got a budget like that. And so when we went to this next spot in Leblon, and this what I would say was our home during the trip. We spent about 7 days there, and it was perfect in every way for us. We had a view of the ocean, it had a nice little jacuzzi, and it was a penthouse as well. And this place was $400 a night. And so there was 3 of us, and it had plenty of space. And so the homies at I Live Global really took care of us. When I say took care of us, I understand now what 5-star service is all about. So when I was waking up in the morning, boom, breakfast is made, not just like a piece of toast out. I'm talking fruit, eggs, vegetables, whatever that you want, coconut water, anything that you want, fresh juices. And I was like, wow. And then also, they would clean the place every single day, because one of my biggest gripes with Airbnb or renting a home is that you don't get those hotel amenities. And I'm like, I'm on vacation. I don't want to have to worry about washing dishes and cleaning up and doing all these things. So that was one of the things that I truly appreciated about I Live Global. And I'm telling you, they will take care of you. Tell them your boy sent you, and I cannot recommend them enough. So still talking about accommodations. I'm going on and on and on. So here's one thing I want to tell you. They got something for every budget. Like I said, the 4-star joints, you can go anywhere from $40 up to like $120 at night. And then if you want a 5-star joint, they start from like $150 all the way up to $400 a night. And then, like I said, if you want a 3-star joint, you can get something for like $40 a night in Rio. And that's in a good neighborhood as well. So don't think just because I'm sharing some of these more expensive places, that's all there is available. And then so the one thing about the accommodation I want to say, there was 3 of us, so we needed 3 rooms. So you might be a couple or you just might be a single traveler. At I Live Global, if you want like a 1-bedroom, they've got those options for you. And those are like $100 a night, and they have all different types of. So I don't want you to think they start at just only $400. If you're just a solo traveler, you don't need a whole 3-bedroom. Now, if you want to get away from the hustle and bustle, so Rio in the main part, the energy is nonstop. So I went to this spot called the Sofitel up by Santa Teresa. Now, if you ever watched my Panama video and you've seen Casco Viejo, and you want to feel like you're actually in the culture, around locals, and it just has, the architecture is beautiful. That's what this place is. It's so trendy, it's so hip. If you want mixologists for drinks, the Sofitel takes care of you. It's a visual masterpiece. They have like the amazing restaurant, and they have literally views to die for. And the staff, they really take care of you from the moment that you walk in the door. And like I said, it's away from everything, and it just has that real majestic feel. I ain't gonna lie, I felt like Pablo when I was up there overlooking the view. And now, on the other flip side, if you want complete tranquility, about 30 minutes away from Ipanema, and there's a spot where it's a whole strip of shops and new condo resorts and hotels. And so I was asking locals, like, where do people go when they want to kind of have that Hamptons, just pure relaxation feel, where it's just quiet and bliss? And they're like, hey, they go here. And one of the top resorts over there is the Grand Hyatt. And for me, like I said, I'm a sucker for like contemporary feels and just really modern, those nice bed sheets. Grand Hyatt feels like you're on vacation, right? So they have the pool, they just have everything is pristine. It's a brand new place. And ladies and men, if you want a nice spa experience, they have one of the best spa experiences in Rio. And then here's the most amazing thing. When I was there in June, it was $120 a night. Yes, $120 a night for a true 5-star experience. But I've been talking about accommodations a lot. Let me get to some of the activities that we did out here. So when you're in Rio, there is no shortage of things to do. It doesn't matter if you're talking about dancing the night away, if it's restaurants. So I'm not gonna lie, I was scared. Scared like when I went scuba diving for the first time, but it became one of the most exhilarating feelings that I've ever had in my life. What am I talking about? I went hang gliding. I don't know if I can explain this in a way that can do it justice. So when I first rolled up, I wasn't even planning on doing it. Me and JP were like, hey, we're just gonna take pictures and watch. And so Katura and Livia, they were the only 2 gonna do it. But then when I got up there, I was like, there's so many moments in life where everything that you want is on the other side of fear. And it was more of a mental thing for me. I'm like, yo, we got these pretty girls jumping off. And I was like, my big ass can't even do it. After seeing the girls do it and they jump, like Katura's legs, when she was running, she literally just stopped. I was like, Livia, she looked like an angel. And then when I did it, my legs buckled too. And then it was all good. 5 minutes in, 10 minutes in, I'm like, I'm enjoying the view. Now, if your pilot want to be a cowboy, just pray for your life. I don't know if I've begged for my life more as an adult than I did during them. He's like, you want to have some fun? I was like, no. He's like, you sure? I was like, no. And then he's like, whoa! and I was, and he could see the fear in my eyes, and then he slowed it back down. But I can't tell you, if you go in there, it's one of the best experiences that you can do. Go hit up my boys at the Flying Guru. They are so professional. They get the job done. They'll bring you down in one piece. And now, if you're talking about views, the number one thing on TripAdvisor is Sugarloaf Mountain. And so I actually went there before I went back with JP, and I think it was about $35. And so when I went up there, I was like, I'm in Brazil, $35 to go see a view. When I got up there, I said, wow, I see the engineering masterpiece up here. This thing is a work of art from the way that they have the cable cars, the restaurant, everything is worth the price of admission plus more. So after that crazy activity of hang gliding and then also, you know, the crazy views on top of the mountain of Sugarloaf, you gotta chill out a bit, tranquilo. And so I was introduced to Marianne. And so Marianne is a tour guide in the city, and she knows a lot about the black history within Rio. So Brazil as a whole has one of the biggest black populations in the entire world as far as a country. And so she was just sharing with me a lot of the history in Rio. She took us to Lapa. So if you've seen Snoop in the video where they're sitting on the steps, they're like, beautiful. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna sing because I can't do it. They have so much of a story. So they have one of the most famous artists in Brazil. And the thing is, they have all of these different tiles, and they literally have tiles that represent each country around the world. So you might just see videos, but there's all these cool stories behind each piece of art that you see. And then it also goes, it connects to Santa Teresa, what I was talking about earlier. And so one thing about Marianne is that she will adapt to you. You tell her what you want to do in the city. So if you want to go do helicopters, if you want to go do some crazy stuff, she can do that. But if you want to take, you know, an amazing walking tour, if you want to learn about the history of the city, I cannot tell you how amazing this she is. And she'll also feel your energy as well. So if you want fact, she's going to give it to you. If you're like, bruh, I just want to know a little bit about their history. Let's just have a good time and tell me why these things are the way it is. She's really good at reading energy. So I cannot recommend her enough. And so one thing is, you're going to see a bunch of links in the description, a lot of, so if you're talking about the Airbnbs, the real estate companies, everything, you know, will be throughout the description of this video. And so after chilling with Marianne, I said, let's turn it back up. Let's get this energy going. It's not a passport heavy video without a chopper. One of the best ways to see the city is a helicopter, and prices are not too bad. I think it was about $150 a person when we went. And if you want to see the Christ of Redeemer, this is one of the best ways possible. And so I always see these pictures of the legs hanging out the helicopter, and I'm like, oh, that looks cool. Yo, next time, keep the doors on the chopper, man. I ain't doing it. Yo, it's too windy. It's too complicated. Hey, it looks cool. Yo, just enjoy your view. Keep the doors on the chopper. But if you want to be one of those reckless adrenaline junkies, I put my leg out the window. I was like, whoa! Almost thought I lost my leg. I was like, nah, I ain't doing it no more. I ain't doing it. But I'm telling you, you get some of the best views. Like I said, if you can try and do it at sunset, I highly recommend it. Safety is a big thing. Don't be like me and JP. So JP's walking out to the thing. They're like, no, what are you doing? And then me, anyway, let me not tell him myself.
No, they just say we're coming. Don't just walk away and not say anything.
You're gonna drive, brother. So you're gonna drive? Alright, do it again. But I don't think we were the best behaved customers that they've ever had. But I was like, yo, I'm a paying customer. Let me on the chopper. And so one of the best activities I did during my entire time in Rio was go to the national park, and it has the largest urban jungle in the entire world. We saw these amazing waterfalls. So a lot of people, they hike up, they ride bicycles. It's just a place that you want to get away from the city. The girls were having an amazing time. I just stayed taking some pictures, because you know the boys are photographers. They be hating on my photography skills, but yo, I got that juice. I got that sauce. And big shout out to our drivers. So one of the things is transportation in the city. You might be wondering, how do we get about? So a lot of times, I mean, Uber, I would say, is a thing that most people will do. But if you have a little bit of bigger of a budget, I would recommend getting a driver. So what I did is literally, I used Uber for like the first 3 days, 4 days, and then I found a driver that I really vibe with. And Uber's great out there, it works phenomenal. You know, they really back it in the city. And so we had a driver, and then I found this guy, David, really cool guy. and he spoke English. I was like, yo, you coming with us. And so he was with us the entire time, and I think I negotiated a rate of, I think it was like $160 a day, and he was with us like literally all day long, and so I did it on a weekly rate. So depending on your driver, it might be $160, it might be $200 a day, depending on the car. So he had a really nice car, within the city. So it just depends on what you're doing, and we were doing activities nonstop. And then also for like a safety factor, because we had a lot of camera gear, we didn't have security, so a lot of times when we wanted to leave stuff in the car, I just needed someone I should trust. And so shout out to the homie David. I know after we drop this video, if you want to get David, it's going to be probably difficult, but if he's available, you'll see his info below. But he has a list of other drivers as well that can help you out if you want to ride from the airport. So if you know anything, Brazil is known for their football. We were actually blessed to be there during the World Cup. It wasn't playing there, it was actually in Russia, but literally it's a national holiday every time that Brazil plays. All the shops shut down, everything is done. So I wanted to get in spirit, and I was trying to go to the store to get a jersey, but they weren't having it. All the stores were closed, but on the streets they were selling them. So I got one for about 80 real off the street. They got him cheaper. He was just like, yo, this gringo ass dude with an American accent, let me charge you more. So I paid 20 bucks, but I know I probably got it from 10 bucks. Like, let me not, haggle with the dude. So I went to the store because I wanted to get an official Nike one that wasn't gonna fall apart. And so I paid, I think it was 250 real, which is about $70, I think, or so. For the official jersey. Then I have my name, well, I didn't put my name, I put Passport Heavy on the back of that joint. And so, yeah, we just enjoyed the energy. Every time the game is on, if you get a chance to see a big game, I recommend that you're out there in the street no matter what time of day it is. Make sure that you don't miss a soccer game. But now, on the flip side, make sure you go to the beaches. So Brazil is known for the beaches. They have the epic photos on the beach with the mountains in the background. The girls can actually play out here in Rio. And it's like a national sport. Everybody can do like the soccer trips. Literally, you'll have like just a mountain of people on the beach kicking the ball around, doing their tricks. I'm like, I thought I was good. I was like, nah, just sit and watch and observe. And so the beach is just vibes. And so here's, there's two main beaches that you pretty much want to go to within the main city. So you have Copacabana, which is more energy, it's more local. It's an amazing vibe. You have people playing volleyball. I was playing soccer with the kids. I had to show them what time it was. And then you have Ipanema Beach, which is more fancy. It's more, which we would say, more high class. And so, but both beaches I enjoy, just a little bit of a different energy. And so when you're sitting on the beach, there's all different types of people. And so they have these like cheese things. I forgot the name of it, but they're like literally cooking right in front of you, and the local guys. And so let's just say you like to enjoy some different types of substances other than alcohol. Let's just say they're pretty easily available in Rio. And so if somebody's selling, let's say, something on the beach, let's just say it's not too hard to find whatever that you're looking for. I don't indulge in it, but if you're looking for it, this is say it's not hard to find. Oh yeah, and then more about activities. How could I forget? So this might sound bougie, but we actually didn't do it bougie this time. We actually took a sailboat, but they did have yachts. But we're doing it last minute. I was like, hey, what's the best boat available that you have? I tried to go out during sunrise. That didn't work. It was kind of cloudy, but then the day cleared up. We had the music, we had good drinks, we had good food. And one thing that I tell you to do, because we did it for, I think it was about 7-8 hours. And then for this boat, I forgot how much I paid. I think it was like $700 or so for that boat. And then if you want to do obviously a bigger boat, it's going to be more expensive. But here's the crazy thing: for the 7 hours, it's like maybe $800 or $900 to do it for 24 hours. And so then you could go to some incredible spots though, if you're doing it for 24 hours. And I definitely recommend it. When I go back to Rio, I'm definitely going to take a sail for 24 hours. And then Rio Yacht Adventures, I cannot recommend them enough. They really took care of us, super professional. They know what they're doing, and they have the biggest access to fleet in Rio. Woo, your boy is back. And so I know I got a different shirt on. So technical errors happen at time, and also human error. So I'm not gonna point no fingers, but hey, just to say that Salt Bay, he had something to do with this one. But let me get back to Rio, right? So one of the biggest things people want to experience, I know one of the biggest things I wanted to experience was the nightlife and the beach vibes. And the main beach that I knew about, I know I was talking about beaches earlier, was also Copacabana. And so I know that I'm not pronouncing it right, but I'm not Brazilian, I know I could learn. And so the food on the beach is one of the best things that you can do. They have like these stands that go all along the beach. They have these little barbecue things where you can do barbecue chicken, barbecue steak, all types of different barbecue type of things, and then also these drinks. And so there's these drinks that they have capiprinas. Yo, JP, just put the spelling of it. You see what I'm drinking, and you need to get these on the beach. Every night that I was going, I was probably having 4 or 5 a night, so you know the boy was vibing all night long. Yeah, and then talking about the other beaches, so I was talking about Copacabana, but then there's Ipanema. So if you want to wake up, get an exercise in, learn how to surf, they have surf culture in Rio year-round. And so we had our buddy show us around. He's one of the best surfers in town. So if you want to take lessons, if you want to actually go out with someone who knows what they're talking about, you don't want to drown, he's your best hope. And then, so enough about exercising, your boy liked to eat. And then one of the best things about Rio is the steakhouses. And we went to one of the top places, it's right by Copacabana Palace. And when you walk in, like I say, you know what time it is. And so they bring out all the different dishes. And because I was so happy with our experience at I Live Global, you know, at our penthouse in Leblon, I had Sylvia come join us just to give a thank you, you know, farewell dinner. And she literally went above and beyond. And so if you're looking to run a place in Rio, I'm telling you, you cannot go wrong with her. If it's literally late at night, early in the morning, you know, they're going above and beyond to serve. Like I said, also the food here, incredible. So it's not an official passport heavy video until your boy gets his haircut. You gotta stay fresh when you're on the road. And so my boy Rashid, man, shout out to TPC, if you know, you know, told me about this spot called Mr. Hair. So as soon as I roll up, you know, my guy comes up, daps me, says welcome. And I was like, yo, I know I'm at the right place to get my haircut. And so, yo, he had the boy looking official, ready for the trip. So if you're looking for a place, highly, highly recommend it. You're in the right place. And then my boy Rashid introduced me to his boy, Obi. And so he runs favela tours. And so once we got to the favelas, I ain't gonna lie, boy was a little nervous, but once I got there, I felt really comfortable because I was with a local. So here's the thing about going to the favelas. I don't recommend going by yourself because they do have real situations happening in Rio where they have military grade police and, you know, where the basically like the cartel leaders versus the military police, and real bullets fly at times. But the thing is, you know when it's happening, like the locals know when it's happening, and so you'll have a heads up. If you go randomly wondering, you're like, oh snap, I'm in a real situation. I don't want anything like that, you know, to happen to you. And so when we first got there, we ran into these 3 kids, amazing energy. And so if you know anything about Brazil, capoeira, I'm saying it wrong, but you know what I'm talking about. It's such a huge part of their history. If you've played Street Fighter back in the day with E-Honda, like, no, you know, he's all about that Brazilian culture. And so the new generation, they actually preserve that, and they all about it as well. So that was one of the most beautiful things that I saw in my time in Rio. And these kids were teaching me how to do the moves and stuff. And I was like, yo, I ain't about it. And I was about to do this one move, and then I thought about it. I was like, yo, my knees ain't built for the kind of stuff that they doing. Obi was just telling me about what they do in the community. They help literally a lot of the kids, and they keep the kids off the street. And so like I donated a little bit of money, you know, to kind of keep their projects going. So that was just like a really good thing. And then after that, Obi took us up to his home. Because one of the things that Obi does, like I said, he does tours, and he also has a guest house. So he's like a well-known figure within the community. And so one of the biggest misconceptions about the favelas is that like there's no sense of order. And so literally like the kind of like the cartel leaders within the community, they have rules. So it's like you can't steal, and if you get caught stealing from people within the community, there's serious consequences. So there's like a law and community within the favelas, and there's a reason that a lot of people live in the favelas, and that's because of the cost of living in Brazil. So in Rio, I believe minimum wage, I might get it wrong, but it's not far off, is about $300 a month. But if you want to live a decent life down in like Copacabana or Leblon and these kind of places, it costs about $2,000 a month. So fam, where are you gonna get that kind of money? And I'm talking like nurses are living in favelas, school teachers, some of the most important people to society are living in favelas because they can't, afford economically to live in the favela. Down in like the more expensive areas. So I just want to kind of give you a little history of like why so many people, but like I didn't feel unsafe. We were literally walking around in the neighborhoods. But like I said, just know the right times to go there and go with a local if you want to go, and see it. Like they have restaurants there, they have some dope views. And like I said, if you want to go, hit up my boy Obi. He's official in the city, and he'll definitely keep you, safer in the city and let you know what to do. So one of my favorite restaurant experiences in my entire life was in Santa Teresa, Rio. So this area is more up and coming, it's lively. If you want to feel the culture, if you want to really feel like you're in Rio, this is one of those spots. And so, but with that said, be aware of your surrounding. It's not like being in La Blanc or Copacabana or Ipanema, so it's a little bit more edgy. But once you get to the restaurants and you're at these places, you have nothing to worry about. But this view, when I got to the restaurant, oh my God. We went there during the day and I was like, I actually need to come back and see this place at night. And this is the kind of place that's date night. It's literally one of the best restaurants in the city. You have world-class food, you have mixologists, and you have the view over the entire city. It's so majestic that you're like, man, I might have to pop the question up here tonight. But I'm telling you, like, you cannot go wrong with this spot. Everybody was there, was enjoying. I was talking to people like, how often do you come there? Like, anytime that I get a chance. And then if my girl's unhappy, I bring her here and everything's good in life after that. And then next though, let's continue that Brazilian energy. Samba is such a huge part of Brazilian culture. And if you want to feel like that street, that street party kind of vibe, this is where you have to go. I forgot the name of the street. JP, always has my back, so he's gonna put the name of this spot. I can't end this video without giving some more love to the nightlife. We enjoyed to the fullest in Rio. And we're like, man, this might be better than Medellin. But Rio is definitely more expensive and a longer flight down from the States. But let me tell you more about the nightlife. The music, incredible. The people, they look phenomenal, just like the videos. And the energy, there's so many different varieties. If you want the street parties, right, you have that. And there's so many different areas. You have like Lapa, which is, I went there, so that part wasn't filmed. I went out dancing there, had an amazing time. It's much more of a local feel. Like you really, really feel like you're in Brazil there. I went there without cameras and like, it's definitely a vibey place to go. And then you have all your areas in like, in Baja, where it's kind of like a beach strip, and then you have like clubs and nightlife. It's kind of more of your upscale partying, and this is where a lot of the, like drinks are like $10 a drink, maybe $11 a drink, but it's vibes, good music, good energy all night long. But I'm gonna let JP just vibe out with some of the footage here that we had of the nightlife. I cannot thank the people of Rio enough for being so warm, so friendly, for changing my perception of what I thought Rio was to the reality of Rio. The food was amazing, so much safer than I thought, amazing energy. The women are even more beautiful in real life than on video. There are so many things better than I actually expected. And so I can't wait to come back and see more of Rio, because the more I talk to people in Rio, I realize Rio is just one city in this amazing country. And so one of the biggest questions I get with every video is, Jabril, how do you travel nonstop all year long? So for me, I have a marketing company, and so the good thing about Rio, they actually do have decent Wi-Fi and internet connection all around the city. So a lot of times I was just in the apartment. I didn't go to really too many co-working spots. One night I did, but we don't have any footage of it. So they do have a few co-working spaces, but internet's decent. And so for me, like I said, I work online. I run Facebook marketing campaigns, and I also have like a financial educational company. But there's so many different ways to be a digital nomad, and so many of you have been asking, how can I do it? Man, hey, I'm a filmmaker. Hey, I'm a graphic designer. Hey, I'm a photographer. Hey, I'm a nurse. Hey, I'm just looking to break into the industry. So one thing I want you guys to really pay attention to is we're going to be doing a lot more YouTube lives. So for this YouTube community, we're going to be literally having YouTube lives where we talk about the 4 best places, to work and travel as a digital nomad. And then we'll be talking about how we get airline flights, how JP behind the camera flies for free first class, right? And all these different things that you want to know, how do you actually get into the space? How do you learn how to do Facebook marketing? All these introductions, we're going to be doing YouTube live, so make sure that you stay tuned for that. And then also, YouTube has this new subscription service. So if you want to have a guide to the city, right, where we put in the restaurants, where we have our best recommendations, and also we're gonna have like coupon book for exclusive members. So memberships are like $5 a month. And so one of the things that it also helps does is, like I said, I pay for all of these videos out of pocket, and like you guys are saying, hey, I wanna have more videos. It's just basically an economic thing. These videos cost me like 20, 30 grand a video, and I just can't afford to keep doing videos nonstop. So if you want more videos, it kind of has to be a community effort. So if you become a member, there'll be like a membership option where you can do it literally $5 a month, and then we're gonna be bringing you more videos because we're gonna be able to financially afford to do that. And then, like I end every video, I wanna give a big shout out to Salt Bay, behind the camera, man, one of the best filmmakers in the world. And then, shout out to Isaiah McNeil, magician with the music, also has an amazing site. And a lot of people are asking about the music. They want to buy the music. He has his own site now that you can purchase music. Big shout out to that boy. And then shout out to Livia for rolling around with this crazy boy, showing me around the city. And thank you to Katora, who really put this trip together and really made it what it was, just one amazing individual. And then I want to thank the city of Brazil, the city of Rio. Now I'm sounding like a dumb American, for having us, showing us an amazing time. And I want to thank all of the companies, because some of the companies, even though they didn't pay us, they comped us for some of these activities that we did, some of the accommodations, and so they really helped make this video a reality as well. I am just so grateful. I hope you enjoy your time in Rio as much as we did. I'm out of here. Peace. If I was making $40,000 a year and I could live anywhere in the world, there's a couple places that shoot right to the top of my mind. That's either Medellin, Colombia, or anywhere in Thailand, because of the cost of living. I'm all about first world living at third world prices. And what inspired this video, I was out with my boy OJ in New York at this nightclub called One Oak. And if you know anything about this place, it ain't cheap. And so we got a deal, right? We got a deal for $1,500, and it came with 2 bottles. And I was like, I ain't doing this anytime soon. And I started to think about, like, what does it cost to do, a weekend in a city, right? If you're in LA, if you're in Miami, if you're in Vegas. And I was like, yo, it's not cheap. If you're making $40,000, you're gonna be putting this on credit cards, or you're just gonna be like, I'm saving for a couple years for this trip. And so right now I live in beautiful Medellin, Colombia. And the cost of doing a weekend right out here is on another planet. Flights down here are really easy, right? From Chicago, where I'm from, it's about 500 round trip, and they have all of these different flash sales. Or if you leave from New York, I see 300 round trip, and that's like the same price as going to Miami, New York, or something similar. On the flip side, you have Thailand, which I really love, but you're looking at $1,000 plus, as well as a 24-hour flight. So that's where, the big difference comes in. But I highly recommend Thailand. I couldn't recommend Thailand enough. You got the dogs barking out here, but it's all good. The major difference between Colombia and Thailand is you can walk more than 4 feet without running into a tourist. And I love tourists, but it's just more of a cultural experience, you know, without, you know, so many people catering to tourists right now. But people are mad friendly out here. They're like, hola, ¿cómo estás? And that's pretty much as far as my Spanish go. I need to improve it. Hola, mamacita. Hola, bonita. Hola. That's pretty much all I know. Tourism down here hasn't completely taken off because they still have that negative perception of that it's a shithole, basically overrun by narcos. But that could not be the furthest thing from the truth. It's such an ignorant point of view. And so I just want to take you around with me here for the next few days so you can see what's possible here if you come down here for a weekend. My specific little neighborhood here is called San Lucas Poblado. It's one of the most exclusive neighborhoods here in the country. What I want to do is just kind of take you around my crib right now so you can find out, you know, how much does it cost for a crib like this if you want to come down and rent it through Airbnb. So this is 5,000 square feet, 5 bedrooms plus a maid quarters, which is like a real bedroom. And it has a very open floor plan, you know, great for entertaining when my friends are over. Everyone can be in different places of the crib. So this place is 10 million pesos a month, which is equivalent to about $3,400 US. And then I also pay my electricity and internet bill, which is about $400. So you're looking at about $3,800 a month for living expenses here. Something equivalent, if I had like a 6-month lease in like Chelsea in New York for this size place, it'd probably be somewhere around $30,000 a month. If you're coming down just for a weekend, right, something like this would be about $400 a night through Airbnb. And then if you're not doing the Airbnb option, you know, they've got hotels here, which, you know, are really cool, anywhere from 70 to like 140 bucks a night. And they come with like breakfast in great locations, really safe. And one of the things that you can do too is use something like Hotwire and Ebates, and you can pretty much cut that price in half to like $50 a night or $40 a night. And but if you're not familiar how to use that, I wrote a whole blog post. You'll see the link in the description where I describe, you know, how to take advantage of that. And now let's talk about taking care of the crib, right? We need someone to help because one of the things that we do is we work and work out a lot at home.
It's time to work out, man. I got some fitness goals. So my brother is the leader in the house when it comes to this fitness stuff, abnormal fitness. Trying to get more like him. He's my inspiration, like for real, when it comes to this game. And I gotta, like, just being real, I want to have a 6-pack like my brother. And so I gotta put in this work. Don't get this on film. Finishing up this workout, feeling a little bit tired, but we're about to really get this day started. About to go get some fresh, so clean, hop a shower, and probably get dirty again.
One of the things that's really important for us is that we eat right. And so I have basically a third mom down here, and her name is Marta. And she's just amazing. She does it all here. I don't know how my life would function without her, literally. Because minimum wage is $650,000 a month here, that's what most service workers get here. But, you know, Marta does such an amazing job for us. You know, I pay her, you know, $1 million a month. But that is equal to, I think, about $300, maybe $350 a month US. And she comes, you know, 5 days a week. And, you know, she comes at 9 a.m. and she leaves at 5, you know, every single day. And if you had something comparable, you know, in New York, you'd be looking at like $4,000 or $5,000, you know, a month. But I'm leaving here on August 26th. So one of the things is Marta's not coming with me. So if you need, you know, an amazing woman, I couldn't recommend Marta enough. You know, my assistant, just basically you'll see an email address here, info@passportheavy.com. I'm so slow, I don't even know what my own assistant's email is. Get in contact with her and she'll direct you to Marta if you want to do that.
Food's so good. You could always count on Marta to have a good meal out here. Never fails.
I work online, I have an online marketing company, so I get to, you know, experience, you know, the great benefits of, you know, making US dollars but spending in pesos. So you're not gonna stay in your Airbnb or your hotel the entire time. There's so many amazing activities to do out here. And one of my favorite places is a place called Mahalos. I was actually just Googling the best view in Medellin, and this spot came up for food and sunset views. But when we got there, we found out there was so much more to do than just eat and have a drink. They had paintballing, they had like dirt bikes. It's an action sports spot. So we went back the next day. You get 200 rounds of balls and light their ass up.
We're ready for battle. Hey, vamos.
And folks, that is not how you roll.
me try.
They got like this flower game, and then they got food too. And I was like, wow, and that's per person, 55,000 pesos. And then also, while we're on the topic of extreme sports, this was probably my favorite thing to do while I was here in Medellin. It was flyboarding in this spot called Guatapé. It was about a 2-hour car ride from here, or about a 45-minute helicopter ride. If you don't know what flyboarding is, I'm sure you're watching this footage. The one recommendation that I have, make sure you get a helmet on, because if you go up high like me and come down wrong, you might just get knocked out. But 15 minutes on here is 90,000 pesos, which is about 30 bucks. And then in New York, it's $100 for 15 minutes. And you might be wondering, how am I getting all these prices from New York? I simply just did a Google search and I was like, all right, what does it cost to do here in New York? So everything that you hear me talking about, I just Googled it and saw what the exact price was for the top #1 ranked place for paintballing, or if it was flyboarding, or whatever activity it is that I'm talking about. If you know anything about me, if you've seen my videos before, you know the boy loves to jump on the ATVs, get muddy, get messy. And so there's this place called Medellin Adventure Trails. And they don't just have ATVs, they've got mountain bikes, anything extreme, they have it. And so this was one of my favorite activities. I forgot the price off the top of my